Recording in progress.
Do you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I wanted to, we're going to make a minor adjustment in the agenda. So I'd like to first add an item under new business, and that's Planning Commission recognition. And then I'd also like to move new business to the very first item following the consideration of the minutes. Is there a second? Okay. All in favor of adding an item to new business and moving it up? Aye. Opposed? Okay, unanimous. And the second motion is I'd like to move item 4B, which is RZ 2311, 12505 Broadwell Road. I'd like to move that to following the new placement of new business. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to call the Milton Planning Commission of 12/20/2023 to order. This is the regular meeting of the Milton Planning Commission. I'm Kurt Nolte. This is a 7-member commission appointed by the City of Milton Mayor and Council, created for the purpose of holding public hearings and making recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrent variance applications, comprehensive land use plan and plan map, and other related plans and amendments to the zoning ordinance. In attendance tonight, we have Commissioner Trey James, we have Commissioner Ron Gilbert, Commissioner Samit Shah, Commissioner Judy Birds, and Commissioner Fred Edwards. The petitions will be heard in the sequence listed on the posted agenda. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures conducting this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The applicant may choose to save some time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. The opposition will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks provided time remains with the allotted time. The staff of the Community Development Department will be keeping track of time and will inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Each speaker must fill out a speaker card before speaking and leave it with a staff member, Emily, of the Community Development Department. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. When an opponent to a rezoning action has made within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of the relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting this evening, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone speak on your behalf. Each applicant has been properly filed with the Department of Community Development. Signs have been posted on each site. The matter has been advertised and the notices have been mailed to property owners affected by this zoning as required by the Milton zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission's recommendation will be to forward to the City of Milton Mayor and Council for final disposition approximately 5 weeks, the first Monday of each month at 6 p.m. here in Council Chambers. The Community Development Department has reviewed each application in conjunction with various agencies and departments, both internal and external to the city. Staff's recommendations, findings, and conclusions are here before us in written form, which has been made available to all petitioners and to the public. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, dialogue with the person speaking, or outburst. Please turn off all cell phones or place them on silent. All remarks will be addressed by the Planning Commission. Please show the same respect for the person speaking that you would expect to receive yourself. In addition, the applicant shall not submit material to the Planning Commission during the meeting unless requested to do so by the Commission. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Commission in consideration of your application should be submitted to the staff of Community Development Department to be included in the normal distribution packages to the Commission. Finally, the applicant, if your petition is deferred in accordance with the Milton zoning ordinance, you are required to obtain a new sign for reposting. Failure to update or repost will result in further delay. There are no exceptions. At this point, I think I'd like to, the item on the agenda is consideration of the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes as submitted.
Second?
Okay, we've got a motion by Judy, it's seconded by Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope, that's unanimous. So again, the first item now is new business, and the item on that is the recognition of the Planning Commission member.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to go over a summary of some of the acknowledgements that we have accomplished in 2023. And it's been a great year. One is the largest is the oversight and review of the UDC text. I know you've had a lot of special call meetings. Everybody put in an enormous amount of effort, and we went line by line through that book.
We're having problems hearing. Can we turn up the mic a little bit?
Do you hear it?
Yeah, close.
Am I all right?
Is that better?
Okay, I'll speak louder. Sorry. Usually tell me everybody tells me. All right.
Okay.
Anyway, I want to acknowledge all that extra effort, all those extra meetings, and going line by line. Everybody knows we've been working, the city has been working to establish and create a UDC for years. And I think it's this Planning Commission that really kind of put it together and assembled it and reviewed it. So I wanted to say thank you, because that's an enormous effort right there. We had 3 use permits, one in Crabapple, one on Wood Road, and one on Hamby Road. So that was there. You worked and updated all the PC bylaws. So this year we put together all the and updated all the Planning Commission bylaws, and I thought that was another enormous effort, and everybody worked on it. They came out awesome. We have 2 rezonings, which actually are tonight, so we don't have a whole lot of those coming in, but we have 2 tonight. All the text amendments, we've had a number of text amendments. We had the district at Mayfield, which was another enormous effort on the Planning Commission's part to put together the district at Mayfield. Flag lots, which was in there as well. The zoning procedure law came about. We had to review and adopt that and integrate that. Updating all the alcohol and retaining walls. The lot width was actually the prior year, but I mean, it's another great accomplishment by the Planning Commission. We had 2 preliminary plots, which actually are coming in now. That we don't really see a whole lot of large lots because they don't come into the Planning Commission, but we did a number of large lots since the creation. We've been extremely successful on the large lot program. We're up to 450 acres of land that we've assembled for large lots that would have been under the traditional 1 acre. So it's, and most of them, not all of them are just 3, they're minimum 3. So a lot of those were 5, 10, 7s, they were big. So we did really good on that. And just a quick last thing, to call out for the help that the Planning Commission did give us on setting up a tracking program for the comprehensive plan, small area work plans. I know you guys came in, you really worked with us. We put together that kind of presentation that you all wanted, and it's been super successful. It's been good for staff, good for the planning commission, and it's really working out very well. And if you want to see any other statistics, you can look at the budget book, which has just been published. And if you go into ComDev, you could see like number of permits issued, number of inspections. It kind of gives a broad array. We track everything with metrics on everything we do each year. But I just want to give a quick shout out. Thank you all. Personally, thank you all for all the extra effort that you've done.
Well, thank you, Bob. It's been a busy year, and we appreciate all the support we've gotten from staff and everything else. So I'm going to speak for the whole commission. Thank you guys for what you do. All right, then the other item I'd like to call Councilmember Paul Moore. Say a few words.
Thank you. I just came from the wonderful celebration of the Milton 7A football championship. So if I have a little trouble with volume modulation tonight, bear with me because it was a bit of a ruckus crowd over there. But this is kind of bittersweet for me to come back before you guys tonight as I look at the cycle of life and the fact that this is where it all began for me. I had the good fortune of being Joe Lockwood's appointee when I ran unsuccessfully for city council the first time. But it was at Joe's pleasure that I had a chance to serve for 13 years. So I know the hard work that each and every one of you is doing on behalf of the city. It's unbelievable the amount of work that gets done, as Bob just touched on a few minutes ago, that gets done behind the scenes that doesn't make it into the public eye. When we sit on council, oftentimes that's where the celebration or some of the drudgery takes place, but it's the hard work and heavy lifting that each and every one of you has put into this. I had the distinct pleasure to serve with several of you shoulder to shoulder on this council, so I know what the individual contributions are from each of you, and they're countless. I know that there are long hours way beyond what is expected that comes into play when you prepare for a meaningful meeting like I know you have before you tonight. Each of you has demonstrated over the years that you've come prepared to fully vet a case that's come before us. And it's because you prepare in that way, each and every one of you, that we can celebrate something special that is Milton. And it's remarkably different. It's not lost on any of us that it's because Milton is different by design. A lot of that starts right here at this dais with each one of you. I'd be remiss if I'd also didn't thank staff who so eloquently puts together all this hard work behind the scenes as well. Each and every one of you makes a significant contribution. So the hard work that's done behind the scenes we can make it look easy when it comes to coming before council. So again, just a profound thank you to each and every one of you for the contribution that you make both individually and then collectively as a commission. I'd like to call out Fred for a second as well. Fred, I think this now makes you the longest serving volunteer as a city. Well, yeah, I wasn't going to say that part, but thank you for your unwavering contribution to the city. And again, thank you to each of you. But in particular, I'd also like to thank Ron Gilbert tonight. Ron has served as my appointee to the Planning Commission, and it's with distinction that you have served, Ron. It's noteworthy that you spent countless hours working as a co-chair on the last CPAC committee where we put together our comprehensive plan. I know the heavy lifting that you've done in preparation for the adoption of the UDC code. I know the kind of preparation you do with site visits and making sure that you have read every last word of the copy that's there in preparation for each of your meetings. So it is very humbling to me to have a chance to say thank you to you for the way you have allowed all of us at the council level to benefit from your contribution to the city. And we can't thank you enough. And thank you very much for all of your hard work. And it's with my pleasure that I have a chance to present this plaque to you for your service.
Great. Thank you. And again, another subtle hint, please turn in the yellow cards. We're moving on to preliminary plats. The Planning Commission is tasked by the city's subdivision ordinance to conduct a public hearing on proposed preliminary plats that have been found to be complete by the Community Development Department.
Kurt, aren't we moving 4B up before we're doing?
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's,
Okay, but I didn't, okay,
sorry, point of order.
I guess,
I'm sorry. The 4B, which is RZ 23-11, 12505 Broadwell Road, the applicant is requesting withdrawal at this point in time. And so we ask for you, since it's already been legally advertised, we need to have a recommendation of withdrawal from you all. And then,
so my automatically skipping over that is not a recommendation for withdrawal? We have to
I'm
actually
sorry,
approve?
what?
We actually have to go through it? Okay,
Yeah, we don't have to go through it.
all right.
Is anybody here to speak on it or?
Yeah, there's no comment, public comment or application comment?
No.
Okay,
I'd like to move, we recommend acceptance of the withdrawal request by the applicant on RZ 2311.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
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 Fred's abstaining.
Okay.
All right, now back to the preliminary plots. I'll just pick up where I started. I don't think we have to restart that. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the Planning Commission is required to review the proposed preliminary plot and provide comments and make recommendations regarding the plot to the Community Development Director. The Planning Commission does not approve or reject the proposed preliminary plat, but merely provides comments or recommendations based on the public hearing and the Planning Commission's review of the proposed preliminary plot. Okay? So the next item, or the very first item under preliminary plats, is 3A, the Crabapple Market North Residential.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, I will be presenting the preliminary plat for Crabapple Market North Residential. This parcel is located on the northern, to the north of Lacoma Trace. It is T4 Crabapple Form-Based Code zoning. And the applicant tonight is Orkin & Associates on behalf of New Providence LLC. The site planner is AEC Inc. And this proposed preliminary plat is to subdivide the T4 parcel into 7 single-family attached homes and 1 commercial lot on 1.225 acres with a density of 5.71 units per acre. The location map to the right identifies where this parcel is in relationship to City Hall. It's north of Lacoma Trace, Heritage Walk that goes in front of City Hall, and then a Tasca Walk to the rear, or to the west of the property. The site plan for this parcel, again, it is 1.225 acres. There are 7 proposed single-family attached townhomes. Those are identified in the maroon color. As a reminder, the ordinance allows up to a maximum of 8 townhomes attached in a row before a separation is required. The commercial lot that we've referenced, there's no actual commercial structure that's going to be installed. It's actually for the surface parking lot. In T4 zoning, a warrant is required for a surface lot. The applicant did make that request for the warrant, and it was granted. And so that's why you see the proposal of 57 parking spaces. The plan is to manage stormwater with an underground storage facility. This graphic shows the relationship of the north residential parcel to the overall Crabapple Market master plan. Again, there is no commercial component being proposed at the north residential parcel. All of the built buildings identified with a letter have been identified with the required parking spaces at the time this master plan was done. As a reminder, parking required for this overall master plan was 3.5 spaces per 1,000 square foot of building. And so you can see identified and color-coded with the parking chart to the right, and how it is allocated with each individual parcel. Currently today, there are existing 451 spaces in the Crabapple Market area. The addition of the 57 proposed spaces in the north residential parcel will increase that amount to 508, just shy of the 514 spaces that are indeed required. The east commercial area has not been finished and is not being proposed at this time. So it's possible that in the future, there may be an administrative reduction that may need to be requested once the size of those buildings come in for the east commercial parking spot. Based on the submittal of the site plan, the proposed preliminary plat does meet the requirements of the applicable city code as they pertain to this development and the subject site. I do have the applicant present tonight, as well as other staff members, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
No, Is the applicant want to speak this evening?
He is available should you have any questions,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Anybody have any questions or comments? Right
What
now?
did you say again was the minimum number of parking spaces that the 7 townhomes had to have? Was there a minimum number of parking spaces?
Minimum number of parking spaces for the
No, sorry.
townhomes have been met. I don't remember what the parking spaces for the residents alone. There's 2 per unit,
Right, they're in the garage.
so 2 per unit in the garage, so there would be 14 spaces for the townhomes,
That's the minimum that's needed.
correct?
Okay. And then that separate, so is the 57 spaces like a separate, is that going to be a separate parcel, like
It-
tax
it-
parcel?
It is. So the lots identified here in red would be 1 lot, or 7 individual lots. The 8th lot, so to speak, will be the proposed parking area.
Okay.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this evening?
Do we want to have the applicant come up and,
I don't think, the applicant want to present, or do we have any, right now, we don't have any questions?
okay,
Yeah, I don't think at this point we have any questions for him, do we?
okay.
Yeah, let's go to the general comment, and then we may come back to you.
Okay. Okay. The first public comment card is John Gold. Mr. John Gold.
Yeah, speak in the microphone, and please state your name and address, and
Susan and John Gold, 12663 Itasca Walk. Thank you.
If you look at the plat, we're at the very top corner.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Do you need?
no. I mean, we're just saying, oh, I'm sorry.
Is
I
that
got
a-
you.
Well, it's not up on the screen. Or will it be? I don't know if you can see this anyway. Not real, but no, our property is in that, where it comes to a triangle right there where
Yeah.
he's circling
Yeah,
it.
this is our property boundary right over here.
So first of all, thank you for allowing us to present our request. And the request is to amend the proposed public parking plan behind the townhomes. What we'd like you to take into consideration is not destroying that natural hardwood existing area of mature trees in that corner. It's kind of funny where the lawn is mowed, it sort of comes right up to that natural barrier in that corner. So of the proposed 57 parking spots, what we're asking and what our ask is to eliminate the 6 spots in that back corner, the 3 that are facing one direction and 3 that are facing the other direction, so that we kind of round that off where the lawn is mowed and we don't disturb those hardwood trees. The other thing I wanted to mention is a secondary consideration. We also want, especially in that back corner, to discourage suspicious, unwanted, even possible illegal activity that can be tucked away from view in that back corner of the parking lot. We have experienced that type of activity, even illegal activity, at the clubhouses that adjoin in our neighborhoods, both Crabapple Crossroad, Heritage behind there. They, being surrounded by, a lot of schools, we tend to have, people that like to find dark areas and corners that are wooded. So, we're also taking that into consideration because that is very important to the, the safety of the surrounding communities as well. And we have had that activity in and around our subdivisions. So, for both reasons, we'd like to not have it go that far back in the corner. Therefore, sort of, as I would say, heading that off at the pass, in addition, keeping all that beautiful hardwood trees that exist there today. So 6 spots out of the 57, I think, is a reasonable accommodation and request, and we appreciate your thoughts on that.
If I can just add one comment. Once again, we're not opposed to the plan. We think it's a great plan for townhomes.
Yeah.
We're not thrilled with the parking lot, but we understand the need for it. All we are truly asking is to protect the natural buffer for our homes, protect the wooded area, protect the area from suspicious activity, and basically accommodate the homeowners, the people that live here, by just perhaps eliminating those 6 homes so we can preserve the natural area. Excuse me, the 6 parking spots.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Because we're all residential in that corner, that back up to that sort of little alcove.
Appreciate
Excellent.
it.
So we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing up tonight.
The next speaker is Kay Dempsey.
Hi, I'm Kay Dempsey. I live in one of the Brayburn townhomes, 2131 McFarland Lane. So it is, let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can get my glasses, see which one, where exactly it is. But mine would be, is probably somewhere right along in here. So obviously I'm tremendously affected. They back directly up into my townhome. And there's a berm there that goes down to the alleyway where our garages and so forth are. And right now, for the 10 years I've lived here, there has been a natural buffer of trees and, really just overgrowth. But it's really worked well because it's provided, visually, I can't see the field. And more importantly, they can't see into my townhouse. Yes, thank you. Well, let's see. Which one's right there again? Okay. Yeah. Oops, sorry. I just hit it back. Anyway, so my concern is that buffer. I am somewhat concerned with the parking spaces in terms of public safety. And like the previous couple commented on, I would like to know how well lighted it's going to be, and how many. Actually, I can't even tell exactly where the spaces are in regards to my house. But the biggest thing to me is that natural barrier be left. I do not want all those trees clear cut, and basically what I would end up with is a parking lot with spaces, people coming and going that are looking down into my bedroom and my kitchen, which is exactly what they would be doing because it's a pretty steep berm. I can't even walk up it, but it would give them a very clear view into my house. So thank you. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
And then we have one final comment that has requested to be read into the record.
Okay.
Do I say their name? By Mark and Denise Adelson at 12659 Itasca Walk. And the comment says, "We are concerned about the 6 parking spaces tucked into the corner being a magnet for trouble, especially close proximity to the high school."
All right. So I think now, I don't know if the applicant would like to present a rebuttal or closing statements or anything at this time? Okay. So then I guess the opposition. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Well, okay.
Okay. Adam Orkin, 760 Fox Hollow Run, Milton, Georgia, 30004. Steve Rowe here, our engineer. Steve, what's your address?
Steve Rowe, 51 Spring Circle, Roswell, Georgia. It's 3075.
Now, just a little bit of history. That parking lot's been approved for, I think, 97 spaces since 2017. So we're coming back in and asking for this and a reduction in parking. As far as any kind of tree canopy, ironically, the Golds have asked us to take down several trees back within that area, and we've obliged and let them work with the city to take down some trees. We're happy to do exactly protect the barrier as the code calls for, but the other side has to protect their barrier as well. As far as your crime and so forth, most of it's petty crime, and it comes from the neighborhoods coming into Crabapple Market, and the police run a pretty good operation on trying to reduce that. So happy to answer any questions.
I have one question, and looking at the plat, there appears to be lighting along the other parking spots, but I don't see any lighting back at the 3 and 3 parking spaces in the upper northwest corner.
Right, and this is not a final lighting plan. This is just a conceptual plan for staff. When we do build the spaces, we'll have to do a photometric study and make sure that all of the spaces meet the light requirements that the city's ordinance requires.
Yeah. The shade trees there would probably indicate to me that there wouldn't be sufficient light bleed from the adjoining. So given the security concerns, I want to make sure you consider appropriate lighting
Happy to.
for that area. And then I have some questions for staff. I don't have any more for the applicant. Actually, I do have one for the applicant. The original plan for this plat, or this section, how far back does it date? I know it was part of the Crabapple Market District, but when was that presented?
The history starts in 2012 or 11, y'all's form-based code. So we've created the development around your form-based code, of which this parking is important to meet the parking requirements for the amount of buildings and density that's on site. And the parking, I believe, was originally approved in 17, 18?
Yeah, the original master plan was approved in 17.
In 17.
One other question. If you were to remove the 6 spaces that they've requested, what impact would that have to your project?
We couldn't do it.
Because of the minimum requirements?
Yes.
Okay.
And a little more history, if you want to get into it, is the city, before y'all's time, removed approximately 33 parking spaces in which all the property owners had the right to use. And I always felt it was in perpetuity, but a municipality, of course, can do what they want. So that hampers a little bit of the parking also.
Okay. Is there any questions right now?
I have some for staff.
Yeah, it's okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess at this point, we should probably close the public comment. So at this point, I'll close the public comment. And like I said, I think a number of us has some questions for staff. So go ahead, Judy.
I just want to get clarification from the legend on the requirements. So the north section has a 3-foot setback, but the west is considered a side, so it has no setback requirement, but it looks like they're setting it back about 10 feet. Is that correct? And then there is a 5-foot sidewalk and then a 10-foot setback in the front. Am I reading that right? Okay, but there is no requirement to set back on the left, but they are, or on the west, but they are.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Per the T4.
Yeah, and just for clarification, this is part of the urban growth boundary? It's within the urban growth boundary?
It's within the urban growth, yes.
Oh, I had one other question. Do we typically, I know this lot is really flat, but do we typically get elevations with preliminary plats?
They're not required, no.
They need to put those in with the land development plan?
That's correct.
That, and also because they're townhomes, they'll require to be approved by the design review board. So that'll also, and obviously comply with the form-based code architectural standards.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? I guess the question I have is, because this is now commercial, is there a required buffer that they have to keep as far as the, natural buffer or screening or anything like that?
No. So within the form-based code, adjacent to, even if it was like a commercial building, parking, just as long as it's behind it, I believe is T4, and there's no buffer required between transit zones. So
Okay.
only if it was zone T2 that we would require a buffer, but that's not the case here, so.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments for staff or the applicant?
I think I have a question back for Mr. Orkin, but I'm just trying to figure out how to bring everybody together. Could you lose any spaces and still maintain the minimum requirements? None? Okay.
We're going to have him come up.
To come up.
Yeah, my apologies.
Thank you. I believe the trees on the young lady that lives below, the trees there belong to her and the association, so we wouldn't be on their property taking down trees.
So 57 is the minimum number of parking spaces for the development?
Well, it's actually part of the overall development, which is several hundred.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, did you have a comment? Do I have to reopen public comment?
We can,
You've closed it, so you will need to reopen it if you're going to hear general public comment.
Okay.
Make a motion to reopen public comment?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Would you please go up to the podium?
I'm just curious about, are the 57 spaces required for this particular area? Or is that just part of the total accumulated spaces for Crabapple Market? Because to me, once again, this is a residential area. If these townhomes are built, this piece of property is going to be surrounded on all 4 sides by residential. So to have a commercial parking lot right in between on all 4 sides, residential homes, first of all, is kind of not the best planning. In fact, I remember the original comprehensive plan called for all townhomes on this property. I think that was the 2010 plan. Anyway, the point is that I'm just wondering if this is like an aggregate total, or do we necessarily have to have 57 parking spaces on this parcel? Or is it just in terms of the general Crabapple Market total number of, because, once again, these 6 spots seem to be kind of crammed into that area, kind of protruding into the natural area, protruding into our backyards, our families and our homes. And by the way, one little aside, we took down trees that were hazardous to our home, and Adam came out and inspected the trees with me and agreed that they were hazardous. I paid the entire cost to remove the trees on his property. So I just wanted to clarify that. But once again, getting back to the point, we think that these 6 spots are a little intrusive and excessive for this natural area, protecting our homes from the commercial.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Robin, can you answer that question about are these spots needed for the overall?
It is. So Tracy reviewed that in one of the slides where she broke down what the areas, and she can explain it in more detail again.
Okay, so on this slide, this is where the 57 spaces are proposed. I think the parking spaces in question are these 6 in this corner here. As per the overall development, the buildings identified with the letter have been built. And so those parking spaces requirements have been identified on the aerial as well as in the chart. So right now we do have 451 spaces that have been built and are on site currently. As per the master plan, there were 57 spaces proposed, 14 of which are required for the 7 townhomes. But these 57 spaces would be added to the existing 451, would bring the overall requirement for the master plan up to 508. Now, the other remaining 6 would be accomplished once the CM East commercial section is built out.
But in the note you have about administrative variance, how does that come into play in this?
So parking in T4 is determined 3.5 spaces per 1,000 square foot of building. Right now, we don't know what the footprint of the proposed commercial buildings are for the CM East parcel. So once that comes in, if the building is bigger and it requires more than 514 spaces, let's say they need another 6 or another 12 total, then there is an opportunity for the applicant to ask for an administrative reduction of 10%, or it's likely that the footprint of those new commercial buildings are smaller and do not require a variance. But until that proposal has been made, we're just uncertain of what that square footage of those buildings are.
But in total, and how did you all come up with the 514 in total?
That's based upon the master plan from 2017, and it's based upon the commercial, by right, the commercial footprints that's allowed on these parcels. So if we go to the parking chart, parcels A, B, C, and HH, those parcels required 74 spaces, and that's what's been met. So that was kind of the idea and the graphic for each of these parcels, D and E, and then F through P, and how the parking deck, accommodates those additional spaces, and then spaces for the green, and then the east commercial area. Those buildings have not been built, but there have been parking spaces constructed.
So is there an opportunity for even a different configuration in this parcel for the 57? So that hypothetically 6 aren't in the corner, but there's a different configuration of those 57 to still keep it as 57, but change it to add more buffer?
You'd have to speak to the applicant whether they felt like they could reconfigure the parking to add that. That would be a question for the applicant, but.
Okay. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
You want to ask that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
All right, let's please keep in mind, we're reducing from 90-something down to 57. From a parking requirement, this is the best way we can fit it. I don't know anywhere else we could fit the 6. Now, maybe if the city wants us to use this parking lot across the street, that could be a possibility. So if y'all want to let us have 6 spaces over here designated for Crabapple Market, that's something we could talk about.
Okay.
And maybe I need your engineer more than you. If we look at those 6 spaces in the upper northwest corner, if we eliminated 3 of them and shifted the other 3 at a diagonal, it looks like you could not encroach as far north and yet only have to eliminate 3 spots. I don't know if I'm explaining that, but eliminate 3 and then shift the other 3 about 75 degrees so that you could access those, you still access 3 of those 6 by changing the configuration. From
But I'm still reducing by 3, and that still puts me under my required parking. And I don't want to belabor this, but I have run this parking lot probably 100 different ways to get the numbers, and this is the most efficient way that they fit, meeting the city's requirements on parking islands, meeting the size requirements, meeting the access points, being able to get a fire truck in and around those. There's a lot of other constraints on this other than parking. There's a lot of things that I have to think through that are over and above what the parking count is. That's just the bare minimum I have to meet, and then meet all the other requirements that the city has.
All right, should we close public comment again?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So now, do we have any questions amongst ourselves? Do you have any comments, any discussion?
I think we definitely pass along the comments. Council as to what we have heard.
It goes to community director, not council.
Right.
It's preliminary plat.
Right.
I think I would recommend that the city see if there's a way to accommodate that extra buffer by allowing a variance or whatever's required to delete those 6 spaces. It seems like a relatively small ask to give privacy and maintain that buffer.
Or
I don't know what the protocol is, but
or even the 3 spaces, as Julie's talking about. If we just
Yeah.
take those, northernmost 3 spaces and find another place for those, that would certainly close that northern loop pretty much. Might accomplish what we're some of the comments we heard. How, to Trey's point, how do we move forward and look into that?
With your recommendations, you mean?
Yeah, just
So I mean, I think like prior times, just articulate them in a list and then take a vote that forwarding these recommendations to the director is fine.
Okay. So we'd like to make that.
so, yeah, I would recommend that the city evaluate this proposed parking from 57 to 51, and specifically those 6 spots in the northwest corner.
So do you want to do all 6, or we just want to do the top 3? 3 or 6? I mean,
6 would be ideal. 3 would be better than nothing, I guess.
Or we can make it as a 3 to 6
okay.
flexibility. And then I also want to make sure our recommendation includes adequate consideration for sufficient lighting. It
Excellent.
seems like in my mind, you're missing a couple of lights.
Right.
So can I just make a comment about that? I think staff had a little bit directed the applicant to kind of keep the lighting to the minimum, just knowing that there was, adjacent property owners. And obviously, there are restrictions to the overflow of the light, but just that's in part because we wanted to try to protect the nearby property owners. But again, maybe it can be something that can be on a timer or whatever, but we'll make sure that everything is complies with the lighting standards. So.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? What if we, is there any way we could have a recommendation for that buffer to provide any type of vegetation in that buffer? Do we have any, is there anything we can do in that to provide a little more?
Along which property line?
Well, both, probably the west and the diagonal line.
I mean, we can forward it to the director, but there's nothing in the code that requires it. I mean, we can ask them to, maybe whatever is, you mean not moving the spaces, but whatever non-pavement there is, you'd like to see additional plantings.
Are we in agreement on that? Yeah, I think
Agreed.
Yeah, buffers on both sides.
Yeah, we'd like to see some planting buffers if at all possible.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? But do we actually vote on this?
We make
Yeah.
a
Make a
recommendation.
recommendation.
Oh, recommendation, okay.
Trey, you want to give it a try?
For all of them? Give it a try.
Will help.
We recommend the city considering steps necessary to reduce the total parking from 57 to 51. That's number one. Number two would be that there would be some kind of vegetation buffer in the northeast and northwest corners between the residential area and the parking. And then what's the third? Is there a third?
Lighting.
On the lighting, that there's consideration for lighting that back corner in a way that's not, I guess, problematic for the residents.
Any comments?
Did we want them to look at vegetation along all,
Yeah, I would think,
or not just the northwest corner, but vegetation along all the buffers or all the property lines?
I would, especially where they meet up with residential. I think if we could, have,
You mean adjacent to the residential? You don't mean all property lines? 'Cause
Yeah,
then that would be-
adjacent to the residential.
Okay.
So friendly amendment on, and then recommending overall approval for the preliminary plat other than that.
Sounds great.
all right. So,
Need a second. I second.
all right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Hang on one second. I take it we had a combined motion with approval with these additional comments, and then Fred seconded, and everybody understands that.
Yep.
Correct.
And now go give your vote after that clarification to make sure.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. So we recommend approval with those recommendations. All right. Next item on the agenda is the Blakely Manor preliminary plat.
Okay, our second plat for tonight is the plat for Blakely Manor. Blakely Manor is located on Freemanville Road. It is south of the Freemanville-Birmingham intersection. It's east of the Von Lake subdivision and north of the Turtle Creek Estates, which are existing large flag lot developments, or single-family homes, rather. And then north of the White Column subdivision and the Oaks at White Columns. Existing zoning for this development is AG1. The owner-developer is Chatham Neighborhoods. The site planner is BGE Inc. And this preliminary plat proposes to subdivide the AG1 parcel into 36 single-family detached homes on 50.09 acres with a density of 0.72 units per acre. The overall site plan for Blakely Manor, again, shows the 50.09 acres. There are 36 single-family detached homes proposed in the development. Lot sizes range from 1 acre to 2.55 acres. And a preliminary hydrology study was conducted and was determined that 3 stormwater basins be utilized, one by the existing lake and then 2 basins on the east rear of the property. An enlargement of the entrance for the site plan shows that it's a private gated entrance. There is a private 44-foot right-of-way being proposed. On the northern property line, there is a proposed restricted access route to be utilized by emergency vehicles only. And there will be a proposed gate with a Knox padlock to prohibit any public access. All lots within the development will be accessed from internal roads. Specifically, lot 32 and 33 will be accessed from a shared drive off of the proposed eyebrow. A traffic study was completed for this development. It was determined that a deceleration lane was indeed required with a 100-foot taper. This development would respect the rural view shed. And at the time of final plat, there will be a no access easement along Freemanville Road. And typically, that's a 10-foot access easement. An enlargement of the rear property identifies a common mail kiosk at the end of the cul-de-sac next to the detention area Basin B. And then it also, again, highlights the 2 stormwater basins in the rear of the property, Basin B and Basin C. Again, this plat presented does meet the requirements of the applicable city code as they pertain to the development of the subject site. And again, the applicant is in attendance tonight, and I have him and/or additional staff for any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Does the applicant present now or just take questions?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm Scott Reese with Brummel Reese Associates, doing business at 13685 Highway 9, Milton, Georgia, 30004. Here tonight representing the Chatham family and their application for a preliminary plat for your approval of a 50-acre parcel proposed for 36 single-family residences. All of the lots proposed meet the requirements for the Milton ordinance. The proposed preliminary plat before you has no request for any variances or anything outside of the scope of the Milton subdivision ordinances and development codes. It is a by right subdivision. It meets the minimum standards for that. All the design was done by licensed professionals in their fields. We think we've addressed everything. We've had licensed arborists, Dr. Sam Asadi, PhD, PE, soil scientist, leading in his field. We've had trained biologists from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, determination of wetlands and streams and their buffers. We've had trained hydrologists and licensed PEs designing the stormwater. We've had a professional traffic study done. So we feel like we have met all the requirements with a very qualified team for this. I will withhold back any additional time to address any comments that come forward. Thank you so much for your review.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to open up the public comments.
First, we have Dawn Singer at 245 Town Park Drive, Suite 470. You don't want to?
Okay.
Up next, we have Robin Damron at 14260 Freemanville Road.
Well, Robin Damon. 14260 Freemanville Road. I'm the corner of Freemanville and Phillips Circle at Red, that little horse farm on the corner. So I guess just in hearing the gentleman speak, I'm sorry. The minimum lot on this new plat is going to be a little over 1 acre, 1.25, is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, because when I was originally reading it, I thought it was a little confusing to me, and I thought they were going to be dividing them into half-acre lots. So that was originally what I was going to speak about, because I'm against that. I think that's far too many homes to put on that. How often will the planning commission meet on this and receive input on this particular plat before a decision is actually approved and made to break ground?
Well, I think this is
the final?
public hearing, and then we make a recommendation to the development
Okay,
director.
all right. So I was just concerned about, my initial input, as I said, was going to be, because I thought it was going to be smaller lots. And there'll be sewer installed there. That's not going to be septic.
It's my understanding, it'll all be septic.
They're all
Yeah.
septic.
It is septic.
Yeah, but there's no
Because I
sewer.
know the minimum is 1 acre, correct?
They're all 1
For
acre,
septic.
larger than 1 acre
Yes,
lots.
that's what I'm finding out. And that was all I was going to say then. I guess my input was relative to something else. So thank you for hearing us here. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Here's for that one, and then I'm going to.
Okay. I'll put another one. This is hers.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. And you want to? No.
We just want to make sure we get you.
So you also wanted to speak on the Bethany Bend one?
Yes, I guess I did.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one I was just going to say.
The next is Robin Miller. We have lots of Robins tonight.
All right.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robin Miller. I live at 110 Oak Heights Court in Milton. I submitted a petition to speak on behalf of several of my neighbors who are out of town, and that should be in your record. I believe several of them have also sent in their own comments. We, as the residents of the Oaks at White Column subdivision, whose land is actually situated along that northern line of the Oaks subdivision, are aware of this planned neighborhood. We're not opposed to the development per se. They have a right to develop it. But we were wondering if the developer considered 3-acre lots instead of the 1-acre lots. It's actually more profitable and would seem more appropriate for a gated neighborhood in that area. We do have a huge concern that this Blakely Manor property not be evaluated in a vacuum. There are currently 80 acres for sale by Gary Rosington's estate just south and west of Blakely Manor. Where it said that Turtle Creek Estates, that's actually part of the 80-acre parcel. And the flag lots are part of that 80-acre parcel. So we're not really talking about just 36 homes. We're really talking about, sorry, I may have hit
Yeah,
that.
no, you're,
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to where you can show. I think she has that.
Yes. We're not really talking about just the homes here. We're talking about 96 to 100 homes being built on 130 acres, all in that area. This presents a very different picture regarding traffic, noise, tree cover, congestion, and especially stormwater concerns. Currently, these properties contain a significant number of trees that will likely disappear. As homeowners who border the Rosington Estate property, there are 4 flag parcels, and above it, where it says Turtle Creek Estates, there is one long skinny parcel between Blakely Manor and the southernmost portion of all of those homes along Blakely Manor, and then the Oaks at White Columns property. It would be entirely unacceptable to have that area, that what's listed currently as Turtle Creek Estates and the flag lots access, to become the main entrance to that Rosington Estate property. It would affect the Blakely Manor homes as well as all of our homes, and we've all been there for over 20 years. So I think that to consider this property without considering that issue would be inappropriate. We urge the city staff to carefully consider the development along with the Rosington property. And if you're going to consider just the Blakely Manor property as it remains, we would like Chatham and Milton to consider the following 4 things. No clear cutting of the property, which is what's currently planned. The city arborist should determine which trees can be saved and to actually save them. Make certain the stormwater plan will really work, including an analysis of the basins and whether they are sufficient and will not overflow, leak, or break. A complete landscape tree line natural buffer the entire length of the southern border of the Blakely Manor estates or Blakely Manor subdivision would be beneficial to all. And we would even actually like Chatham to consider buying the Rosington property and combining it all in one and having a discussion around what would make sense for the entire property. Thank you. I appreciate your time today.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have Kirsten Hanna at 16720 Quayside Drive.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kirsten Hanna. Thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. I kind of wanted to springboard off of what the previous speaker was just
Could you
discussing.
state your name and address for the record?
Kirsten Hanna, 16720 Quayside Drive, Milton.
Thank you.
So I wanted to springboard off of what the previous speaker was discussing in regards to when the Planning Commission looks at developments, they look at each development on its own. But as a Milton resident, as I drive to and from work, picking my daughter up from elementary school, I see developments here and there and everywhere, and it's more of a cumulative effect. And how I look at it, we have Whispering Pines that's down on the roundabout on Birmingham Highway. We have construction that just is finishing up on the roundabout up on 7 Acres area. That's problematic. We have other areas, other pieces of land that is going to be getting developed as we speak and is coming along the pipeline. So the amount of traffic that is occurring on our 2-lane country highways with no shoulder, no little side, spaces to pull over and off to, I'm concerned about. And I feel like with 36 homes on 50 acres, you have maybe 2.5 cars per home. So let's say that's 75, 80 cars per home coming in and out of that neighborhood every single day. In reality, we have UPS drivers, we have Amazon drivers, we have pool services, we have gardeners, we have ancillary vendors that come in and out of that neighborhood every single day on 2-lane country highways with no shoulder and no turnout. And now that the applicant mentioned that there was going to be a left-hand turn lane, I believe, coming down south on Freemanville.
Acceleration lane.
So there's going to be a right turn lane. Then I guess you answered my question for me. Is there going to be a left-hand turn lane that goes into the neighborhood coming down south on Freemanville so that there can be ease of access so that we don't create and cause any more congestion that we're already creating now in Milton? In addition to that request, I would ask that the traffic study not just be limited to, do we need to add a new lane, but what kind of car trips is that going to, how is that going to affect people who already live here in Milton and their flow of going to and fro their places of work in the morning and the evening at those peak hours? Looking at the plot map, that's not up. Looking at the plot map, there's no amenities that are included in this project. And I was wondering, most of the neighborhoods in Milton have other amenities for the family homes. They have open space, they've got community buildings, they've got tennis courts, they've got pools, they've got dog parks, they've got something else. So this particular way it's set up, it doesn't seem consistent with the quality of neighborhood that Milton generally would have. So I would ask that the Planning Commission review that and take a look and see why it is that something else could be added to probably bring even more value to this neighborhood with something like that. I wanted to know about the tree canopy study. The tree canopy study was tasked by the developer to perform. And so when I look at the tree canopy study, there's 105 trees they discuss on that study. They categorize the trees as poor, fair, and good. One of the trees on the tree canopy study was designated as being good, 1 out of 105, good. So I'm wondering, 82 were considered fair, the rest were considered poor. Does this mean those trees are staying? Does this mean those trees are leaving? I would ask for the Planning Commission to have an independent review from the city arborist. I second what the person said before me, to come out and take a look at that. We have wildlife, we have riparian habitats, we have a whole biological ecosystem that is occurring in Georgia in those trees. You cannot have certain wildlife return to those areas if those trees, 80-foot loblollies, once they're cut down, certain birds are not going to return. So it doesn't matter if you go put up new trees someplace else. Certain woodpeckers are not going to come and relive back in those places because they need the 80-foot old growth pines. So that's what I have to say about that. I think, in conclusion, that I appreciate the time and attention that the commission is going to spend on this very large project that's going to affect pretty much everybody in Milton. Our infrastructure on our roads is not looking great. And I also am concerned, as a nurse myself, I am concerned about the availability for emergency access. So I do appreciate the secondary ancillary access into the neighborhood. But if there's traffic on the roads and we're in rush hour, it's difficult to go around people when we only have 2-lane country highways. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Alexander De La Rosa at 965 Post Oak Close.
Hi, Alexander De La Rosa. I live at 965 Post Oak Close, Milton, Georgia, 30004. And I would just like to again reiterate what my neighbors have said beforehand. I do wish that the committee would make a recommendation that the city arborist review the trees there, because that canopy does provide an external benefit to all those that live there. And I think that that's sort of my main concern, is that the increase in traffic, the reduction of that natural canopy, those are in fact forcing negative externalities upon all the residents of Milton. And I would like, if possible, for the committee to try and make a recommendation that somehow there be some action taken by the developer to help support the city, maybe through a contribution to the school board system for the amount of additional students that are going to be placed into there, or something to contribute to the public roads, if that's possible. So, I mean, everybody else already articulated much better the points that I wanted to make. So that was the one additional thing that I wanted to bring forward.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Richard Kane at 1640 Birmingham Road.
Good evening. Richard Kane again, 1640 Birmingham Road in Milton here. I'm going to ask him at some point to maybe put a different photo up so you can see exactly where we are. You know, I was thinking earlier, that gentleman who was recognizing your service when he said Milton is different. It is. And our concern with this development, however, at least the plan, we know it's preliminary, is it's not different. And why do I say that? Well, for us, our interest is, when you're looking at this photo here, you can see there's a new home in the L-shaped in the far north right corner. So that's about just short of 11 acres. We purchased that land about 3 years ago and took extensive time. The gentleman from representing Chatham, who talked about, we used Samasati for our soil tests, Aquatic Environmental Services to do pond restoration. The pasture has been reclaimed to how it was when the land was abandoned in 1990. So we did it with the goal of, after raising 4 children in the schools, we went in an opposite direction and put the house on basically the same footprint that was there. So not a big house, but here's our real concern when you look at the property. I have not seen the contour environmental study. I'm very familiar with the environmental studies because when you look at this property, all of those northern lots, starting with lot 29, they're the main watershed. Everyone going down is the main watershed for the creek that fills First Sergeant Lake and then fills King Lake. And that was very extensive when we were developing our land. Nowhere in there is that talked about. There's a spring head, which this is scary to me, in lots 27 and 26. A natural feeding spring head in addition that feeds the pond that's on our property. So I'm certainly worried about the fish kill. For those in the area, Sergeant Lake would be able to, there's at least 2 blue heron that live in the area. As the other woman stated, many woodpeckers. So what they've done on that north side is everything is at the top of the crest. So I'm sure those basins will work. But the problem is you're taking now 10 acres of watershed that fills that creek, and it's not just normal watershed. The elevation change, which I'm sure they'll be able to tell you, is nearly 100 feet in only a 650 feet setback from that creek along that whole 10 acres. So I'm sitting here asking myself, what's going to happen to all that? You know, so I've already started my own environmental, hired somebody, because when I see somebody putting something 50 feet away, as the other woman said, they have a right to develop. But there clearly is nothing, you know, and the other thing, let's not confuse. There's 36 lots, 27 of them are 1.05 or less. That's not an attempt to make a community. So certainly our concern is let's turn it into a community. Somebody talked about the Rosington property. When you take Samasati's, my land, my neighbor, the Rosington property, this is probably the greatest parcel. It's almost 165 acres of natural area lake. So there is no doubt the most wildlife in this area. So I just think there's a lot more things that need to be considered in this. We're certainly going to do it first to protect our investment, but second, there's just a couple areas. Again, when you pull back and start looking at those drawings are dealing with that land, not the impact of the watershed, and now the impervious disturbance, which is almost 90%. That's ludicrous. With that kind of gradient going towards a creek that fills, it's just, that's not planning. That's literally sapping the environment in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Clay Massey at 14925 East Bluff Road.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, Clay Massey at 14925 East Bluff Road there in North Valley, right off of Dinsmore, which isn't too far from this proposed development. What Councilman Moore said was Milton is different by design. I think the last part of that is critical. And what he means by that, and what we all mean by that when we say that is, in large part, we are a thoughtfully planned community so that we're not saddled by overdevelopment and by congestion. What we're seeing in this area, again, I live in this area, is the same thing that is clear cutting, grading property, which is what they want to do to put the maximum number of homes that they can on a 2-lane county road. I live our community's off of Dinsmore. It's a dangerous road. 2 lanes, people fly down it. That road's going to be affected by this development. That there needs to be a deceleration lane, I think is indicative of the type of traffic increase you're going to see. And with more than 30 homes conservatively, as the lady earlier was talking about, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of car trips. This is going to affect Birmingham Road at Freemanville, which is already a mess. We're trying to alleviate that through a roundabout, but it's a mess. You're going to see that 3-way stop there at Dinsmore become, I think, pretty dangerous. It already is. And as one of the commenters earlier said, this is just the beginning. The general principles of the land and the subdivision ordinance allow the planning commission to consider the suitability of the land, among other things, not just the technical satisfaction of the ordinance requirements. And, the community tonight's been pretty outspoken that this sort of density on this road is not suitable. Development of the property is fine, but to cram as many homes as you can on property off of a road that cannot sustain it just shouldn't happen. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have James Alexander at 960 Post Oak Close.
Good evening. Jim Alexander, 960 Post Oak Close, Alpharetta. We live in the Oaks, and where we live, if I could have the map put up, I could show you exactly where our property. Thank you. Our property at 960 Post Oak Close is directly lines up with property number 8 on the proposed plat. And I'd just like to reiterate what a couple of folks have already mentioned about the watershed. We've lived in our neighborhood for 23 years. And regarding the watershed, I've noticed that there is a pond, the existing lake, Basin A, this side. It seems, and I noticed that the basins that are going to be put in, but that watershed, it acts very uniquely on our property. It goes down. We're on the second cul-de-sac. We have 3 neighbors, but adjoining properties. But that water flow is not normal runoff, say in a rain with the trees that do absorb a lot, but it acts in a way that it comes directly out of the hill, and it amplifies the amount of water that comes off of, even though it's higher, that it seems subterranean wise that you're getting push in that aquifer, similar to like an artesian well. I'd like to know if the geology report that was done, if we would have access to that. Just seeing that the flow of the water that we see, at least on our end of the cul-de-sac, I've had to put in 2 drainage lines to redirect the water, that it's a constant, even when it's not raining or a heavy rain, to draw that water away from our foundation. And I'm sure our neighbors have had that same situation. So looking at the watershed, it's unique in the sense, I'm wondering on the geology report that was done, of what they found in the sense of elevation, but also how deep it went down and what the subterranean structures, whether it's marl, clay with the granite, but that water seems to be being pushed from that elevation and then strangely coming up. So would we have access to that geology report? I guess that's a question. But with that, so say where the homes are going to be on, starting at 5, 6, 7, and 8, those adjoin directly to the property, coming up to the Oaks. And that one basin C, you're going to, if you eliminate the trees that are there already, and I understand development, but the rationale of having the 2 basins, C, B, and that existing lake, and to reiterate what the other gentleman said, is that adequate for removing the trees, but also subterranean-wise, what that aquifer is doing? There is a lake there, but there's other structures, and did that report show those other structures of why that water is moving the way that it is, coming down? We're lower, but it is in a volume that is not a natural runoff. So the question would be, do we have access to that geology report? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Maidkey at 1650 Birmingham Road.
Wait for me to point on this
With the mouse.
with the mouse. Hi, I'm Deborah Medke. I live at 1650 Birmingham Road in Milton, and I moved here in the year 2000. My house is located on this lot right here. So you heard from Mr. Kane earlier. He's here. Oops. I'll go back. And I'm right here. I'm right here, right on Birmingham Road. And I want to point out that where this property line is, where the arrow is actually a low point. There's the back of my property is sloped downhill, and there's Chicken Creek right here. And then shortly after that, his property ascends. So this distance isn't really like right over there. It's like the new development would be up above. I would be able to see it from my house. I want to say that I absolutely love Milton. I was attracted to the rural aspect of it when I first moved here. That's just my lifestyle. And since then, I've seen a lot of growth. When I first moved to my house, on the east side was a meadow, and on the west side was woods. It's all gone. And I do respect the right of private citizens to sell their land and for people to develop it as they will. But I just want to say that it just breaks my heart sometimes, because when I first moved here, there was maybe one car every 5 minutes on Birmingham Road. It was a little bit spooky, actually, to think that there was nobody else around. Now, there's times when I can't even get out of my own driveway. And it just keeps increasing and increasing. And a lot of the license plates aren't even Fulton County, they're Cherokee County. And they use Birmingham Road as a cut through to get to Hopewell, to get to Highway 400. About 7 years ago, I put my house on the market and I had trouble selling it. And one of the feedbacks I got through the realtor was the traffic. And I thought, wow, how unfair, that someone wouldn't want to buy my house because of all this growth. There's also been less nature. I used to see a lot of owls. I don't see them anymore. It's just sad to me. I do know that other people would like to live here because this is such a cool place to live. But at the same time, it's not going to be cool anymore in 10 years. It's going to be ruined. And I heard that people bringing up the Rossington property, that's adjacent. And if that I don't know if you're familiar with that. It is east on Birmingham Road. And then there's a driveway that turns down. And then that's the Rossingtons, former Gary Rossington from the Leonard Skinner Band. They have 35 acres. He passed away last year, and I heard his wife is ill, and that property is going to be going up for sale as well. So we know what's going to happen there. As I said, I respect the right of people to be able to sell their land, but also converting it from AG1 to residential puts it more in danger. And I know we're about solutions, and I know it's a city ordinance, and you probably can't address that with this right here, but if they were 2-acre lots, that would help. That would still allow people to live there, and the sellers would still get money for all of their land, but it wouldn't be as dense. I'm not a city planner, so I don't know all the ins and outs. I'm just trying to think of how to make a good resolution. But But Milton is at risk, and I'm not trying to be selfish. When I go out in the backyard at night, I like to see the stars. I don't want to look up on the hill and just see street lights, street lamps, windows with lights on, and that's just not the Milton that I know. So thank you for hearing me out.
Oh, thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on tonight. Thank you.
We have one final comment from Debbie Murphy at 440 North Valley Creek Court, who has requested the following comment be read into the record. I have lived in Milton for 20 years, and I'm very concerned about the overdevelopment. When the city was formed, the stated goal was to keep the rural feel of Milton. That is fast disappearing. 3A, 5.71 units per acre is too many. 3B, the lot should be at least 1 acre. It is going to increase traffic on Freemanville as well as impact the beautiful rural look that in that area. Too much building.
All right.
That's the last one.
Thank you. Does the applicant, they want to provide a rebuttal or any comments or closing statements?
I'm here with Don Singer with B&G Engineers, if you would give your name.
Don Singer, 245 Town Park Drive, Kennesaw, Georgia, with BGE Inc.
So I guess some of the concerns to address, the stormwater management. Mr. Singer's a professional engineer licensed in the state of Georgia. He and his hydrologists have done the hydrology studies with the drainage areas mapped and studied, and we will have to reduce the runoff. Am I correct with our?
Yeah, so a couple things to note. None of the impervious is bypassing treatment. We've made sure that all of this will be treated per the state mandated manual. We are completely complying with the runoff reduction, which is the re-infiltration of water to recharge the groundwater table. And then we are meeting both the water quality, the channel protection volume, and then the detention per that state mandated manual in excess of what the minimum requirements are to ensure that our development is complying with what the state is making us do, but going above and beyond because we do understand the natural features of this area as well.
So I just wanted to provide a little bit of comfort in the fact that this, everything we're proposing meets or exceeds the requirements for that. I know one of the questions was about impacts that this development would have on the community at large. As I'm sure you're all aware, sometime in the past, the city created an impact fee to address those situations. So every house constructed will provide an impact fee to address the any additional stress that might be. I think it was one of the smarter things the city did sometime back to address traffic, school. Of course, you're all aware that the school system is the Fulton County Board of Ed, not handled by the city of Milton. But that being said, the impact fee was created just for that purpose. Once again, I just want to reiterate that the plan before you is not asking for any variances, anything above and beyond the requirements set forth in the Milton Code for Development. It has been reviewed by your professional staff. Everything that's went into it was professionally done by people licensed in their field. The traffic, is we're not really, the community at large is not looking to speed people through these roads. So I think the traffic plan that we've done and the additional study that will be required for the LDP will address all of those concerns. We're once again regulated by the percentage of impervious. We will have to meet both as a development as a whole and individually. Every lot will have to meet the City of Milton tree canopy plan. So that it will be compliant in all those factions. So I think, I don't know what else I can add other than this is, these are the rules and we have operated within those. You know, I counted up there 15 individual subdivided 1 acre neighborhoods north of Providence Road, along Freemanville Road. And, you know, White Columns being the largest, from several hundred lots, Triple Crown fronts on Freemanville, another multi-hundred lot. So it's in keeping with the community. I guess that's everything we've got. The Chatham family's been building homes in the North Fulton area for 75 years. I counted up, I think there are 13 communities in the city of Milton that they have built. They live here, they've been here, they will be here. So it will be a quality product as far as those go. So I think that addresses everything we can there. And then we will be glad to try to answer any questions to go into more in depth on any particular thing you have.
Scott, I'm happy that you're complying with everything. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
that's the reason we're here. But as you are here in Milton a lot, and you know that the city is trying to encourage larger lots, something that deviates from, you know, the standard cookie cutter,
Yes.
unimaginative 1 acre lot, right?
Yes.
So was that considered by the Chatham
Yes, it
family?
was. And, you know, I'm going against my training for variance requests and everything and rezonings and all that, you know, economics are not to be considered, but they are everything in the world is economics. This property has been for sale for over 2 years. I have walked it multiple times with many prospective buyers. The price point is such that the development costs it's not me, the people that I walked it with said it will not work. If it was a different configuration where we had a lot more road frontage, it's like 3 times as deep as it is wide. There's just not a way to put in the required infrastructure. The 3 acre lots, our 5 acre lots, they still have to meet standards for stormwater management, fire protection codes, all of those things that come into, and hopefully, you know, maybe the city can find ways to alleviate some of the infrastructure costs. I mean, as Bob went over earlier, the number of 3 acre lot and plus developments, our firm has probably been in on 80% of those. We push that. I'm a 7th generation Miltonian, or well, there wasn't a Milton then, but so it's, you know, in utopia, I would still be living on the 300 acre farm that I was born on, but that is not the real world. So it was entertained. Well, we went through the estate that owns the property is not going to lower the price, and they must sell eventually. I mean, there's no so this is the only way that we could make it work. So
thank you.
But it was entertained, and we looked and finagled and pushed. You know, Milton is unique in that we don't have national builders typically. Now, I won't say in maybe Crabapple or Deerfield that it's not going to happen, but the developers are builders, or the builders are developers, not by choice, but by need. And They would rather market a house on 3 acres than they had on an acre and a half. But economics being what they are, this is the only way that this property can be, in their opinion, in their actuary's opinion, developed at that point.
All right, thank you. We'll probably call you up as,
Yep.
I'm sure we'll have questions as we move along.
Yes, sir. So you're asking about a decel lane? Yes, so the city required us to do a traffic study, and based upon the trips to be generated and the trips that were taken in the traffic count on Freemanville Road, it was determined by the professionals that did the study and the city traffic staff, Sarah Leaders and Robert Del Ross, that the entrance, that it did not require a decel lane. It did, I'm sorry.
It did not
It require a left
turn
turn lane. Yep.
But the
My mistake.
traffic counts did, per the city ordinance, trigger a recommendation on our report for a right turn lane. And
That you see on your
ours is provided
plans.
as a full lane.
No, they're gonna, I guess, pull in. That would be, and that's the board of it. So,
The decel lane is in excess of 175 feet. It should be dimensioned on the, not the one with the aerial overlay, but the.
That is correct. And there. So we have the soil survey done, and I'm not sure if you're all aware, but in the last year and a half, the state has taken over all of the county health departments and enacted kind of a state uniform code. So any lot thus created must have 30,000 square feet of usable, suitable soils. And we have addressed that with the health department, yes. Well, they will be.
They are wet extended
Right,
detention
yeah.
facilities.
So they will detain because they will release. Right. So they're not retention, they are detention. But to perform the stormwater management part of the plan, so we have to have a wet bottom that does treatment of that. But the vast majority of it will dewater. Yes.
Scott, no preliminary traffic studies have been done yet?
We have
Yes,
provided a full.
yes,
Done them?
yes.
And what were the findings on that?
That
A right turn lane was triggered based on the counts, but a left turn lane was not in terms.
I have some more questions regarding traffic as well as other areas, but, well, Mr. Singer's here, the traffic questions. Could you, and some of this is just the strongest bifocals could not read this chart. Could you explain to me the sight distance on the main entrance? I'm not sure what scale I'm not sure if which is left, north. Am I reading, there's no legend on the scale. It looks like that's elevation, but could you explain that chart?
So what that chart is, in the very middle, there's a 3.5 foot scale dimension. That is imagining sitting at the entrance. So if you were at our entrance 15 feet back from the edge of lane, and you're looking right and left. So if you're looking at that profile, right is truly right, left is truly left, and that would be your visual scale. So the dashed line is your sight to see another 3.5-foot tall object, which is another driver. And then the lighter dashed line is existing topography based on county GIS topography, so that we're basically providing data that you can see the full sight distance at a 45-mile-an-hour roadway at our entrance very easily. We've also provided that for the secondary entrance. Now that is restricted, that has a Knox padlock, but that is more for just fire and EMS to understand what that sight distance is at that specific entrance, even though that will not be used for the residents.
Right, so the right side is toward
The north,
Yes.
north, okay.
going towards Birmingham Road.
Yeah, because the hill goes up to
Right.
the Oaks, okay.
And based upon the speed limit, that clear line of sight at an object at 3.5 feet high, seeing another object at 3.5 feet high, we are far beyond the minimum distance for the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit.
Right, and is that because you increased the grade at the entrance?
That's just to ensure that we have safety of turning movement at our entrance and just meeting the GDOT distances at that mile per hour. But it's more just so that you guys know that where we're placing this entrance is fully accessible and viable from a sight distance perspective.
So my next question, as you were laying out your roads, traveling that stretch multiple times daily, one of the things that we can note is there are entrances to a private drive that serves 3 houses as well as a subdivision fairly close to your main entrance, but not directly aligned. Did you consider trying to align with either of those subdivision entrances so that you didn't have competing turning traffic across from each other?
Yeah, we did. We did an aerial overlay too, so that we could see the different entrances and the configurations of all the different roads. But with the existing farm pond that's on the property, that causes a little bit of an issue with us trying to align with, like, let's say Nick's Road. And so we looked at multiple iterations, and ultimately we ensured that we're meeting the entrance separation as required based on the 45-mile-an-hour road, but felt like this was the most viable from the constraints that we have with the existing farm pond on the property along our frontage.
Because drainage, the low point must be the detention.
I'm just a bit concerned from a traffic standpoint of lots of lefts and lefts competing with lefts, rights competing with lefts in that area, or lefts competing with lefts in that area. So
Yeah,
close
that's, I
together.
think, why we did a professional traffic study.
Just another quick question. Are there going to be sidewalks along all the streets?
Yes.
Except the driveway?
Except the private?
Yeah,
access?
well,
Yes, there will not be sidewalk.
The emergency access will not have sidewalks.
We have sidewalk through the.
And my other question is probably more for staff.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions at this time?
Was there an opportunity to put in any sort of amenities into this project?
Well, post-COVID, it is now the standard that you build your own private pool. And we have found that the subdivisions that we did 10 or 15 years ago, the amenities are greatly underused. So these lots will be, they're 1 acre lots. I think if you go to Connecticut, you would find that that is a phenomenally large lot.
No, it's not. Just move from Connecticut.
So, the density in a lot of those areas, but they're 1 acre lots. They we are providing, we feel like, adequate room for a pool on each of the lots.
Any other questions at this time? All right, not at this time. We might call you back up. Okay, now the opposition, any rebuttal, any closing comments from the opposition? Okay. Well, no, yeah. Yeah, no problem. It's pointing from here to infinity.
Hi, Kirsten Hanna. Do you want me to state my address again? Yes?
Yes.
16720 Quayside Drive. As far as amenities go, in my neighborhood, we have community building, we've got pool, we've got tennis courts, and they are used constantly, and the neighbors really appreciate them, and we have a great time. So just for the record. Has there been any consideration with the applicant of a mix of property size on this property? So it's not like an either or suggestion. It's like maybe do some lots be 1 acre, maybe some other lots can be 3 acres. Is there some kind of other mix that can be used to satisfy, this particular situation? And then is there any availability for the public that has interest to have access to the traffic study, the hydrology study, the biology study, and the arborist? Is there any access for the public to be able to review those on their time?
We can ask.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Now your turn.
Put up the drawing again with 27. No, this one. So I guess my question is, I realize it sounds like there's been studies.
Remind us who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard Kane, 1640 Birmingham Road. Again, what I am struggling with, and it sounds like we'll either have to be given access or approach 27 and 26. So those are the natural spring heads that feed into the pond that I have. My pond had to have a siphon system because it feeds down to the creek. It used to have an overflow. When they did the restoration, they wanted a siphon system put in. What are the studies that show the depth of that? Because what is shocking to me, if you looked at that detention area and you look at where those homes are, that's a 3-to-1 pitch. Meaning from almost where the back edge of 27 and 26, the house footprint is, that drops 25 plus feet. And that's where all the spring heads are. So I'm assuming that those studies show that there is going to be no disruption whatsoever of those natural spring heads. But again, I see that it meets the minimum standard, but that is critical. And I would just like to hear more on that, please.
Fair enough, thank you.
Briefly, Commissioners, Clay Massey at 14925 East Bluff Road. Commissioner, your observation about the too many left-hand turns competing with each other right there. I take my kids, I turn right on Dinsmore and take a left on Nix to get over to Birmingham Falls. So do a lot of people. And going north on Freemanville to take that left, there's a blind spot coming over that hill. And people fly down that. And that is exactly where this development will be. So you're going to have people taking a left into that neighborhood. We're trying to take a left onto Nix. You've got a deceleration lane there because of the volume of traffic created by this development. That pocket of Freemanville is going to be a mess. Parents trying to take their kids to school, a mess. Families trying to get in Von Lake, just trying to get up and down Freemanville, trying to turn left on Dinsmore. My family trying to take a right on Dinsmore, along with a lot of other. This is the density that we're talking about is going to create a mess that is going to it's not going to be reversible, as we're talking about here. I mean, this is no joke. I understand the economics of development, I represent developers, but they cannot overcome the concerns of the community and the safety of the roads, not just on Freemanville, but on Dinsmore, on Birmingham Road, on Nix. This is just too much, trying to cram all of this at this location on this property.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Robin Miller, 110 Oak Heights Court, Milton. My house borders Freemanville Road, the back of our house. We've lived there 21 years. We have had countless people at that curve that you're talking about go off the road and had police and fire there in the middle of the night and during the day. We had a guy who ran into a tree there a couple years ago. It is an incredibly dangerous area. The number of cars on that road since we moved there has been not just like quadrupled, probably 100 times more. And you're talking about a really dense area already of entrances and exits in that short area that is a curve in that road. And then it's coming up to a stop sign, and that's going to be a circle. But traffic backs up all the way to my house now from that stop sign. And it's not going to be made perfect by a circle. If you go by the circle at Birmingham Crossroads, traffic is backed up worse with the circle right now. I'm hoping it improves when it's actually finished, but I'm a little concerned that it's actually worse. So you're talking about extensive traffic in that area. So smaller or larger lots would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And while if somebody else is coming up, there was a question from a person in the public that wanted to know what the cost of the homes would be for the applicant. So anyway.
Okay. I don't know if you want to address that now.
I'll answer that in just a second.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, go ahead. Let's try to keep this rolling a little bit.
Hey, Alex Rosa, 965 Post Oak Close, Alfred, or Milton, Georgia, 30004. My family wanted me to again reiterate the amount of wildlife that's there. We saw a piebald deer, which if anybody knows deer, they'll understand how very rare those are. That nest back there, there are foxes that come through there. Again, I mean, if the lot sizes were larger, I think that would allow for saving more of the canopy and maybe less of a impact on the wildlife that lives there. And I know the gentleman said that it's not economically viable to have larger lot sizes, but I was raised with philosophy, and I think worth doing is worth doing right. And if it's not economically viable to do it right, then maybe that's a signal at this time that it shouldn't be undertaken.
All right, thank you. I think at this point, I'm going to close public comment. All right, one more quickly.
Everything that everybody's been saying that I wanted to say. Again, it's Robin Damron, 14260 Freemanville Road, Horse Farm on the corner of Freemanville and Phillips. So, as we all know, Freemanville Road, what is it, a 40, 45? They zip down there. I mean, it's crazy town. If you can stand out there at night when I'm out in the pastures with my horses, they fly down there. So I'm concerned very much about the fact that the parcels, it's going to be, you say what, 2.5 cars per home? That's probably going to be maybe even more than that, considering the traffic is going to be terrible. I'm just back up here right now to say, in light of the fact that it's Christmas, we got a couple more days. I know everybody's been working on this. This gentleman's kind to say that everything's been done by the books. I think there's a lot of questions that have come up tonight with regard to the impact study that are being done geologically, stormwater, everything. Wildlife, traffic studies. I'd like to request respectfully that you all consider postponing your vote instead of tonight to approve this plat as it is. Push it back a month. When is the next planning committee meeting? I'm not sure. But if you could push that back a month, I think there are a lot of people that would probably be here at this meeting tonight. I was unaware of the exact plat the way it appears. I think if more people were here, they would give you a lot more of the same information that you're hearing from some of us tonight. The traffic studies, the wildlife. I think that we need to revisit and try to opt for larger lots. I know the gentleman said, oh, it's not physically, economically correct. Milton is rural and we're fighting. I've been here 30 years, and I've watched, I get comments from people all the time saying, sell your parcel, sell your parcel. I only have 7 acres. I'm not selling. I have a little horse farm, family little thing, no riding, nothing. It's just a formal, my own home. But no, let's keep Milton rural. That's what the attraction is. I don't need, 50 more homes right there? And then y'all talking about the guy that just passed away last year from Leonard Skinner. He's got, 18 acres. His is on the market now for $12 million. Where do you think that's going to go? I'm sorry? 80 acres. Sorry, misspoke. But anyway, let's try to look back at where our roots were when we first got Milton going. Rural, horses. People want to move here now because they like the rural atmosphere, but then they want to subdivide. I understand, a lot of kids, they grow up, they move away. They don't want to take care of the land now. They have jobs they've taken in other cities or whatever. The families need the money. They say, we're selling it off. Let's work harder to maintain our rural atmosphere here. I've got a sign from years ago I keep putting out in my front yard, keep Milton rural. I stand by that. Let's try and revisit it. Can we go for that? Make your next meeting, make your vote. I think you've heard a lot of people. And I think if it wasn't Christmas time right now, you'd have a lot more people here tonight. Anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
At this point, we'll close public comment. So,
I still have questions,
all right.
but not for, I have questions for staff and let me start with, if I could, I noticed Jerry, our hydrology expert, is here. And I have a couple questions regarding this. One of the things that would have been nice to have seen is where the water's going to. We had some references to this water goes to this person's pond and this goes to a creek, but the plat seemed to stop at the east boundary. So I'm not sure, is there a creek down there? Is there a lake down there, et cetera? So I don't know if you saw a larger hydrology study, but I'm interested in where Storm Basin B and Storm Basin C feed to. It apparently is the neighbor's lot, but I don't know if there's a creek back there or what.
Well, first of all, I want to point out this is a preliminary hydrology study. We're not required, and we've had the developers point out that this is not a requirement they have to do. But as staff, because of the concerns, we've now required a preliminary study be submitted to us so we know exactly where the thoughts are. Because we are required by our ordinance to do a preliminary meeting, but that's in the LDP process. So now what we've decided to do is we want the preliminary hydrology study now, so we know we have questions from that. I can tell you right now, there will be a 10% study done on all these basins to look downstream. The existing lake goes across, goes into white columns, skirts. The other two just flow off eventually into Chicken Creek, I believe. I'm not sure, I don't have it in front of me. But we did want to at least get an idea of the size of this because these things tend to grow as you do more and more work on these. And we wanted to make sure we weren't going to lose any lots or that the number of lots would stay the same. So, I have gone around, we've had conversations. We got the original preliminary hydrology study. I reviewed it, submitted it back, and we've had some discussions because of some issues over there on the main street right by existing lake. There's an existing culvert that we believe is undersized. And once this starts functioning as a stormwater management facility, there'll be additional water, or it could affect how it works. So there's still a lot of things. If you notice on the preliminary plat, there's some notes that we required to put on there. So there were going to have to be some further discussions on that. And I would point out, yes, we like the rural thing, but our infrastructure is rural, which means it's non-existent.
Remind me, Jerry, around a detention pond, there needs to be like a certain amount of border so you could get machinery?
Yeah, there's a 10% easement around it that we require. There's going to be a 20 foot access easement down into it. There's the requirement to have the Milton fence around it. We also have a requirement for landscaping. We have now found an issue with that because we had over in Heatherton, they were putting trees on a dam and I had to put a stop to that. So we do try to landscape it around it depending where they are. We do not allow any structural walls in these ponds. They all have to be graded slopes. So
Yeah, and just looking at stormwater basin C, I don't see that necessarily that 10-foot buffer. I can see the 20-foot access. I don't see the 10-foot buffer, and it appears like it's only about 8 feet deep.
yeah, it's
Yeah. And then going over to stormwater basin A, which I drive past this like multiple times a day. Stormwater basin A, at least my observations have been, it's not very deep. It tends to, I don't think actually in my observations, so I'm glad you're going to take a real hard look at that conduit that's supposedly under Freemanville to drain that. Because my observation is it doesn't drain, it just spreads.
yeah, there's a structure out there on Freemanville. And anytime I just see a 24-inch pipe for this basin, it concerns me. So we've had discussions with Public Works about this. So this will be one of the things we're really going to look at in the LDP process. And also, this is a true farm pond in that there is no source of water. I believe there's a well that they pump water into this. So this is truly a rural, basically to water your cattle or your horses or your livestock.
Yeah.
There is no well. And that's one thing we did get from them. They did do an environmental study. They did identify some wetlands that are not jurisdictional. And they also found some state waters, which is that stream head on the top.
The spring head.
Yeah, spring head.
And remind me, the protection for that steam
75
spring
feet.
is 75 feet undisturbed.
No, it's 25 feet undisturbed state, 25 feet city of Milton, and then 25 feet no impervious surface.
Like they couldn't put a shed in there, et cetera.
No, I just denied a plan today because of that.
One more question. In looking at the individual on-site sewage management system plans, is there a requirement for how far away a primary or secondary septic system has to be from a detention pond?
That's not something we look at. I do look at it, but we don't regulate that. We'd like to keep it far away as possible because we do. The policy in Milton is septic tanks, but septic tanks tend to have issues over time if they're not maintained. So septic tanks can cause problems. So we want to keep that as far as we can from any kind of water source.
Yeah, because it appears like in lot 34, the septic tank is above or at least equal to the edge of that storm management basin A. And likewise, in lot 36, likewise, there's a possibility that those septic systems could drain into the stormwater basins, and that stormwater basin, if it drains the way it's supposed to, does feed the Little River watershed.
Well, we would have a real problem if we had that kind of, if the effluent out of the septic tank was to flow in there, that would be environmental. That's an illicit discharge and we would stop it immediately. The procedure is when we get the home plan, before we approve the home development, we have to have a stamped approved plan from the health department. We require it stamped with the site plan so they know where it's going. So we've received some criticism for that, but that's something we want to make sure. Because septic tanks, we have issues in Milton because we have a clay soil and we have shallow rock. So if they're not placed properly in the right spot, they can cause problems.
Yep. And just to confirm, your understanding is that stormwater basin B and stormwater basin C would outlet onto the Rossington property and Turtle Creek.
Yeah, and we are very concerned about that head wall and the amount of water that's coming out there because we cannot concentrate that. So they'd have to put a different kind of baffle head wall, riprap, level spreader, because even though we're actually reducing the runoff volume, by the way our ordinance is, we still get concerned about concentrating stormwater flow. So we will be looking at that real specifically, especially as it impacts the adjacent properties.
Anybody else have any questions for Jerry, hydrology-wise on this project?
You know I love talking stormwater, Jerry.
Anybody want to talk about coal tar? But never mind.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, appreciate it.
I have some questions for either, I think it's Tracy. Given that the access for the secondary entrance off Freemanville will be padlocked, and the access for Lot 32 will be from a private driveway that also serves Lot 33, why is that not a flag lot, considered a flag lot?
So there are no flag lots. They truly have frontage on a road. So 33 would front off of the internal subdivision road. 32 has frontage off of Freemanville. We would not allow access to 32 and 33 from that emergency access. They would have to access those two lots from the eyebrow internally.
So it's because 32, and when you say it fronts there, that means the front porch will face Freemanville? Or is there
So-
not that requirement?
So from a geometry standpoint, the lot has to front on a street. So Freemanville would serve as the frontage requirement for 32, but they can front the house. We don't really care.
They can orient it whatever.
Correct. They can orient it however they need to.
And then the other thing, because it's we recognize that this developer is seeking to purchase this property and develop it. But I think because the planner in me wants to say, but there's going to be 60 some, 70 some other houses right behind it and possibly south of it. And then also looking at that, and I'm talking about the Rossington estate that's currently for sale. In looking at that, the access that they have off Birmingham Road is a very narrow, Turtle Creek Lane is a very narrow lane, at least judging it from the entrance. I haven't gone down it. But it's a very narrow lane. And if you look at the layout for that on how you access from Birmingham Road, the access is narrow. Which would imply that if someone purchased the Rossington estate and wanted to develop it, we would see another major entrance right there on that curve of Freemanville. And the planner in me would say, I wish we could plan them both together and plan their traffic plans together. Is there any consideration is there anything we can do or the staff can do in trying to plan those together, or only if one developer bought both?
Well, I would think right now those existing lots, it's unknown. That property is for sale, right? So I guess the risk or the major concern would be that all of those parcels would be combined and a bigger development proposed in that area. Right now, it's a little premature to do some of those studies, unless the developer was considering purchase of that land. So I hate to even speak to that because I don't know what the potential of the development is for that property. Obviously, you'd have to purchase all of those parcels, do a combination plat, and all the studies that go with it. And
is there something, if someone was to develop that, is there anything we could do to encourage the joint planning of those two? Is that something the staff normally does, or is that just really up to the developers?
I mean, in all honesty, we try to holistically look at the areas. It gets a little bit harder out in the rural AG1 area because there are so many different parcels and lots and different ownerships. So unless there was another developer interested at this exact same time and aligned. Right now, we just don't even know what the future plans are for that property.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this point? Any other?
I mean, the only other question, I mean, in terms of traffic studies, can you just go over again what their requirements are going to be when it comes time for the LDP?
I can take care of that. So, yeah, we're sorry, the transportation planner or transportation engineer is on their way to Florida, so they couldn't be here tonight. But we do have, the applicant was required to do what's called a traffic memo. It was not a full traffic study, but it was fairly detailed. And from, as Tracy stated earlier, there were some requirements, and this is what Mr. Del Ross had stated. Public Works will require a right turn deceleration lane based on the recommendations from the traffic memo in compliance with City Code Section 48-417. Per code, the minimum lengths for the right turn lane are 175 feet of full width storage and 100-foot taper. The city will require donation of right-of-way to construct this if Freemanville Road does not have the available right-of-way. The city will also be willing to reduce the storage and taper requirements from Section 48-418 to avoid disturbance to the parcel adjacent to the south, not owned by the applicant. So those were the only requirements that were made upon the applicant based upon the traffic memo information, which includes traffic counts. We have the memo. It's about 10 pages long, I believe, that was produced by a professional engineer that specializes in traffic studies. And so, although, there are issues that have been brought up by the community and nearby residents, this is what the code requires improvements to be, only to be a decel lane, right turn-in lane. There's no requirement for a left turn lane from the north going south. I think one of the speakers spoke about that. So that's
So
what.
is there going to be any further traffic study requirements?
No.
Now, again, going back to the thought of, obviously, you've got this proposed development and then whatever else may come down the road. I mean, how else can the city stay ahead of apparently what's already happening with traffic on this road? What's going to happen when you have all these cars coming out of this subdivision, and what's going to further happen with the Rosington property and all of that going down the road? So I understand there may not be traffic requirements now per what's going up and down the street at this time, but what is eventually going to happen? So how can the city stay ahead of that, and how can we plan for that? Because that's going to happen.
Well, when and if the Rosington property comes in for development, then they would be required to do probably even a larger, more detailed traffic study, because it would probably obviously be more lots. And then whatever came of that, then they would be required to do improvements. And again, I think there was a question about, how can we keep all these developers and builders accountable, and the additional trips that are made by each new house. We do have an impact fee. I think it was mentioned. It's around $7,500. And a portion of that goes directly to traffic improvements. It goes to Public Works to look to see where are the areas in the city that need to be improved. And that's where that money comes from. Is from each house. A new house is charged approximately $7,500. Although the majority of that goes to Parks and Rec, but there is a portion that goes to the transportation portion.
Does the traffic study also encompass, number of accidents that have been in this area, on this road over so many years?
We're looking through it. And again, I apologize. We don't have representation from Public Works, and that's not our expertise, but this is what.
I
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Okay.
we're looking through it right now.
I mean, is that, how does that come into consideration? Obviously, you have numbers of cars coming down, but when there are potentially a higher amount of accidents in a certain area, that obviously should give some sort of signal that there is, this is not as safe as it needs to be, and there needs to be some other adjustments that need to be made into the way and how people can drive down that road.
Yeah, like we pointed out before, this was just a very preliminary, it wasn't preliminary, I mean, it was just a very basic, do we need a decel lane and what's the distance? What you're talking about is a lot of counts, traffic studies, large commercial developments like Avalon had a huge study. You really don't see it for a small subdivision of 30 lots. Now, eventually, as things develop and there becomes accidents, and then we'll go back and look at the accident pattern with the police department and determine what improvements are going to be made on this one. So, I mean, the problem is we can't look at the macro. We have to look at the, the mini when it comes to traffic.
Right, but I guess where I'm trying to get at is, yes, I know we're talking about this proposed development that has 36 homes, but the future and what's keep on coming down there, how can we stay ahead of that instead of trying to go after these things have already happened, right? We know it's going to happen. Unfortunately, I mean, again, this is by right. People have a right to develop, right? So there's going to be more development here. And obviously, we try to do the best that we can to protect the rural nature of Milton. But in terms of staying ahead, how can we make sure that the city is staying ahead of that?
Well, that is a policy issue that the mayor and council have to determine. I hate to say it, but governments are regressive. In other words, we react to situations. We're not progressive in that we look at that stuff. Even though as an engineer, I would like to look at everything and do it every time, but it depends on what your priorities are, what traffic needs are. Do you need a left turn lane? How does it all work? School bus safety. I mean, that's something to be done as part of your comp plan. I mean, larger counties and cities do this on a regular basis, but it's actually done on a separate, you look at these areas that would develop. But then again, when you have a large commercial development, then it goes, a lot more goes into it.
So from a development standpoint, like Tracy, I understand that maybe there's no requirement that there was a left turn lane, but is that something that you have broached with the developer and said, hey, is there something that you guys can do for this? We understand it may not be a requirement, but it seems like it's going to be a very beneficial, from the traffic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Is that something that's been talked about? Is that something that can still be talked about with them?
I'm not sure if that was detailed in the traffic study. I know at the time of LDP that the applicant developer will work with Public Works. And that's really an area that they will study with the developer regarding a left turn lane going south.
So how do we make sure, or how can we help direct those impact fees to go for something, let's say, like that? Like if we all commonly think that, hey, it's probably pretty beneficial that a left turn lane needs to go here, how do we make sure that those impact fees that are being collected can go to a project like that?
My understanding of the impact fee is that it's broken down. A portion is given to Parks and Rec, transportation, fire, emergency, that sort of thing.
Let me add
what
one thing.
amount that they get from the transportation, what that money is used for. I'm not certain. I'm not certain as to how they allocate what percentage is used into what areas.
I will just to that in terms of over here, in terms of where the impact fees can get spent, they do have to be put in the comp plan and the the city's planning documentation, community improvement element as part of their future plans ahead of time. Before those fees can be used for the projects, they have to be declared to be impact fee eligible. So there's a process by which a project gets added to the list of projects that can be included for impact fees, and then the city has to assign the funds to those projects.
It's a comprehensive traffic plan that the city has to adopt. It's then submitted to ARC for approval. And then you can take what's said in that, then you can allocate your impact fees do that. So you always have to have a plan. You just can't spend money. You have to have a comprehensive plan.
And I believe that the most recent transportation plan was just adopted, I believe, in the beginning of December. And so they utilized, so then from that set of projects that are prioritized, and then obviously you have the T-Splosh that also helps assist in constructing projects. So many of our roundabouts that are not on state routes come from the T-Splosh funding, but that was all based upon a transportation plan and priorities.
So are you aware of anything else that through that plan that is going to be put onto this road?
Typically, the transportation, they do intersection improvements and roundabouts that's not really into widening a road, or also they work on bridges and improving the condition of the bridges, either replacing them or reinforcing them. So we would have to, I'm not familiar enough with the transportation plan to give you an educated answer on that.
Do you know how often that's updated?
I think it's 5 years.
Every 5 years.
5 years.
You can update it sooner based on your development.
Okay.
And a lot of places do that depending if major impact. We do have 3 bridges that are in the process of being replaced by the Georgia DOT based on the governor's bridge program, because we have reviewed those, but those are going to be replaced by Georgia DOT. Georgia DOT is going to actually do that work.
If I recall, Sumit, when Rob was here from Public Works was here to present to us the comprehensive transportation plan, I inquired about repaving of Freemanville, and he said it was on the list for either 24 or 25. So there is some plans to pave Freemanville in that time frame, but they didn't mention, are they going to make it any wider?
Mm-hmm.
We'll look it up. We're looking it up.
Yeah, no, obviously.
I doubt very much if we're going to widen any roads. What it would be is left turn lanes, decel lanes, things like that.
Yeah.
Traffic doesn't warrant a 4-lane section or even a 3-lane section. So.
No, that's fine. Obviously, again, there's been a lot of comment today about this, and, there's just going to be more and more development. And I just want to make sure that we have a way of staying ahead, and we're thinking about all those things whenever we work on the next plans, and the city's got that in mind.
COVID has changed a lot when it comes to traffic and how people's patterns are. Because prior to COVID, everyone got up, got in their car, and drove to work. Now that doesn't happen anymore. Anywhere from half to 2/3 of the people don't even leave their house. So that reduces the traffic that way. So you see the flows.
No, I mean, I understand.
I'm sorry, I must,
I understand remote work. I understand all that, but what that doesn't, what it probably has not changed with that is the fact that you still have, and again, I'm one of those as well, parents, young kids, elementary kid, middle school kid, driving your kids to school every morning, picking them up, taking them here, taking them there. COVID didn't change any of that. And when you have 36 homes and you have all those families that are going to come in there, and I know this is going to be a great development. I'm familiar with the Chatham family. I know they're going to do a good job with this. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to come and want to live there. But the fact of the matter is there's still going to be a lot of cars coming in and out on that road. And we got to make sure that we can make it as safe as possible. Okay, so COVID's not going to change that.
All right. We got any other questions?
I don't think we answered, someone had.
Correct.
About the prices of homes.
Right.
Thank you. So the floor will be 2 million, and probably 3.5 would be the tops.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to get an answer on the.
So as Jerry addressed earlier, so we located the spring head there on the northern portion of the property, and the preliminary plat shows the mandated buffers. The The state of Georgia requires a 25-foot impervious or undisturbed buffer. The city of Milton adds an additional 25 feet to that. So we have a 50-foot undisturbed buffer plus an additional 25 feet of impervious setback. So there's a 75-foot zone of protection from the identified spring head there on the property. And that's been deemed to be the correct numbers for protection of spring heads, and it's delineated on the plan.
Okay, and also, we talked about the tree canopy. The study said that most of these are in poor or fair condition.
So Van Moore is a licensed arborist, and he does a lot of the studies respected in the area. And so he did a study on the specimen trees, and that when I say specimen trees, that means on quantity. So, I go out and identify that it meets the size requirements. He goes out and does a quality assessment of those. So I know it sounds, but you've got to start with the thought that if it to be a specimen size tree, it's on the backside of its growth cycle. So that it is it's standard practice. They go in, they find fissures, insects, root decay, that sort of thing. That I don't have the direct numbers in front of me, but we did a full-blown arborist study on the project, and those numbers are those numbers, and they're not hocus pocus. They're legitimate ISSA certified numbers. So.
Okay, I got a question for staff. Does the Milton arborist, does Sandra get involved in this? Does she go out and she do her own study? Does she do her own investigation on this?
So typically, the applicant would provide a tree study. If there is any conflict or confusion, then Sandra would go out. Sandra doesn't go out and do the initial assessment. They hire a professional arborist to do that.
Okay, because I think with the numbers, it seems like we might want to see if she can get involved or at least review this. If there's only one good tree, is that again? I'm taking a second hand. Somebody said there's only one good tree on this whole property. I think one of our recommendations, I believe, should be to have Sandra our city arborist take a look at this too. Not that we don't trust your report. And the other question too is that it's come up a couple times about these reports. Are the reports they provide to us, is that public information? If they've asked for access to the preliminary hydrology, the access to the various reports, are those available to the public?
All documents that are submitted with the application, once it's taken in, accepted, yes, they are available.
So they would have access to the hydrology and some of those other reports. Okay.
Do they need to do an open records request to access that?
That's correct, yes.
Open records.
Okay.
Just to clarify, right now, Jerry stated it's only a preliminary hydrology, so it's not been a full hydrology. So that's done at the actual land disturbance permit. But if people want to look at what has been done, they can do an open records request, yes.
Okay. And that's, I've done those online. Those are fairly easy.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Trey?
So I've sat out there before and was clueless about the process from here forward. Can you just describe what happens next before it happens in front of development?
Absolutely. So any recommendations that this board gives tonight will be presented to the Community Development Director. Based upon your recommendations and review from staff, the director will make a decision to authorize approval to proceed. If that approval is granted, the next step would be for the applicant to do construction drawings, which is what we refer to as a full LDP, so land disturbance plans. That includes a full set of construction documents, right? Everything from engineering, house location plans, stormwater, erosion, anything to do with the horizontal infrastructure for the development. Then that would be submitted to community development. Staff, all departments would review. We would go through a series of review. If once they meet all of our requirements and all departments have signed off and approved, then they will be granted a land disturbance permit. Then they will start construction. And then once all of the land disturbance construction has been completed, all of the horizontal work, then they can apply for building permits. A preliminary plat goes to LDP, then that LDP goes to ultimately a final plat. So at final plat, 90% of all of the LDP horizontal work has been completed.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I see at least 4 areas of recommendations that I'd like to see included.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, this is one of those not fun ones, right? Yeah, this is one of those that I think everybody in this room, including the applicant, would love to see one large lot or everything's 3 to 5 acres. But however, a lot of our land values, every owner in here has got rights that go with that land. So that's what we as a commission have to look at and they're not asking for any variance. They're asking for everything. And it was brought up a couple times. Milton is Milton. It's different. We didn't get here by luck. We got here by ordinances and we got here by, sewer, lack of sewer. We got here by a number of things. So we are different. Even
1 acre lots.
Even this would be, 1 acre lots is different than a lot of Roswell, a lot of Alpharetta. If we recommend approval, doesn't mean we like this. Would we like to see a better plan? Yeah. But you know what, as a landowner, they have rights of what they can do. And we can work with them. And I know most developers, I know that the people here, for the applicants, are willing to work with us and with the public to a degree, right? So I just want to get that out there that, again, everyone would love to see 3 to 5 acre lots or just one big horse farm. That'd be wonderful, but that's not the world we're living in. So, all right. Any other questions? Are we ready for a motion?
I'd like to move that we recommend to the community development director that they consider further the following 4 areas. 1, to consider the impact of a development of the potentially on the adjoining property and what that might look like. That might be an exercise in, small planning, but to at least take a look at what if on that. To take a hard look at the hydrology, especially given that the runoff will go to adjacent properties. To look at traffic, especially considering the speed and access, not only for this property, but the properties across the road, as well as to have the city arborist assess the trees that were identified and to see if she concurs, especially on those that were a grade below good.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Trey seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. So thank you all. Your participation does mean quite a bit. One of the things I keep saying about Milton is you can have an impact here. So thank you guys for coming out tonight. Okay, now the next step is consideration of rezoning RZ 2310. What's up? Yeah.
More to read?
Get some blood flowing?
Getting hungry again. Oh,
Sorry, wait.
plenty of room up front now.
Raven?
Do you have a lot to read?
We have what?
Do you have a lot to read?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have a different reading for rezoning than preliminary plans? Well, it's just one script, huh?
Yep, preliminary. All right, well, okay, let's keep moving on. This is the, like I said, this is the Bethany Bend, RZ 23-10.
Emily's going to go out and
Okay. Shush them? Can I shush them from here?
shush them. Yeah.
I want to shush them.
Did Sumit go that way or that way?
This way.
I like that bathroom. It became my bathroom during voting, because then I didn't have to leave the room. Replacement. This one? Well, you've seen Bice. Is it Buse or Bice? Or pronounce their name, Buse or? Gotta know.
All right. I think we can move ahead.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you seen this property?
No.
We saw the one next.
We'll go through it.
You saw
Yeah.
the one south of there.
It's-
Yeah, the one with all the wetlands. Different
Okay.
property.
All right, here we go.
Chairperson, you want to call the item and then?
Okay, the next item is RZ 2310 Bethany Bend.
Okay. Okay, this item at 3475, 3485, 3495 Bethany Bend is a request to rezone from AG1 agricultural to R5A to develop 13 single-family homes on 3.133 acres at a density of 4.1 units per acre. The applicant is Arcan Homes LLC. Again, as I stated, zoned AG1. I do want to point out that this property is located within the Highway 9 overlay district. It is not within the form-based code, or you would not, if it was, you wouldn't be seeing it. It's fairly rare that we have very few parcels left along that southern part of Bethany Bend that's within the overlay district. The existing use are single-family residences. Again, here's the location map with the red. It's these three parcels here, here, and here. And along Bethany Bend, across the street is Forsyth County. And we'll go through it more detail, what's going on. So as you can see, this is AG1. It is surrounded by TR, Townhouse Residential. Again, we'll go through the more specifics of the parcels around it. The 2040 future land use plan map states it as high density residential -2, which means 5 units per acre or more is on the recommended plan map. A question had come up asking what was the designation on the previous plan, which was a 2030 comprehensive plan written in 2011, and it called for high-density residential at 3 to 5 units per acre. Here is the sewer existing expansion. All this green, if you look at the key down here, this area is permitted to be expanded into to have sewer brought to it. Currently, I'm sure those houses were served by septic since it's zoned AG1. We're also showing you the recently adopted urban growth boundary. This area is within the area of that the city council allows for growth. So it's, again, consistent with that. This is the site plan submitted on October 20th. And then here is a blow up of it. And you can see there is a main entrance. And then as you go in, there is a rear loaded site plan product on both sides. Here you go. And then here is the proposed detention pond, which is underground. And then their mail kiosk and handicapped and parking space that is required. So this is some renderings of the overall project as you can look at it with the rear loaded and with the architecture facing the street with the streetscape with sidewalk, very walkable. Here's additional renderings. They haven't done all of their design for all the houses, but per the State Route 9 Overlay District, it is required to have certain architectural requirements and to have the approval of the city architect as well. It does not go to Design Review Board, but we would look at them just like as if they were here in Crabapple under the form-based code. These are just current site photos looking into the property. Again, looking north on Bethany Bend, on the right, as you see, is Forsyth County. Interestingly enough, the public hearing for the convenience store station, gas station, I believe is tomorrow. Tomorrow, yep. So we don't really know the outcome, but we're assuming it'll be approved. Then the view to the south as you go toward McGinnis Ferry, you're looking toward McGinnis Ferry. This is the existing uses map. And then I'm going to go individually through that. So here we have Deerfield Township Master Plan and number 1 in Forsyth. Of a total of 983 residential units and 250,000 square feet of commercial. This is Windcrest Park, which is zone townhouse residential at 6.76 units per acre and 1,500 square foot minimum house size. Again, everything that's surrounding it for the most part was approved and developed in Fulton County prior to our incorporation, except for a portion of the Montessori school. Again, this is Spring Valley, 7.86 units per acre and 1,200 square foot minimum heated floor area. This is the undeveloped to the south. It has been approved for a use permit for senior living at 19.84 units per acre. I will note that in 2018, this property, the number 4 property, along with the subject property, was part of a requested rezoning for townhouses, but they were requesting variance to the buffer adjacent to these single. So anytime you have townhouse residential, you are required to provide a buffer when it is adjacent to single family detached homes. And in 2018, it was unanimously denied by the mayor and city council, in part because of the variance requests for the buffer, and the density, I believe, was about 6 units per acre. Actually, can you look to just there? I'll double check, give you the right density. This is Hidden Forest, which is to the west. It's a kind of a mixed use in the sense there's attached townhomes, there's detached homes, there's various sizes townhomes, but overall, the density is 4.99 units per acre at 1,500 square foot attached and 2,000 foot for the detached, which is what is adjacent to the subject site. This is Milton Montessori use permit for a private school here, number 6. When we became a city, I believe they had just started, and it was an existing house that had been approved in Fulton County as O&I. And then subsequently, they came in for rezoning. I think some of you were here for that, where they wanted to expand, and they built this beautiful new building. And then even came for a third time because they wanted to increase into the attic space and make it usable. So it's a total of a 9,500 square foot building. I will let you know that Bob and I have met with the owner of the Montessori school, and he does have a contract on this number 4 property. And so he expects to add another building. And then we're a bit excited about that because that would mean the higher density of 19 plus units per acre would go away. But you would see this in the future because they would have to rezone it to O&I and for a school for a use permit. So this is number 7, Fairview Townhomes, further to the south, that's 6.25 units per acre. And then the apartments, IMT Deerfield at 12 units per acre and 3 stories. In regard to the community zoning information meeting, it was held on November 28th and here at City Hall, and there were approximately 4 residents who attended the meeting. The majority of the attendees expressed preference for a front entry style home versus the rear entry shown on the plan due to proximity of the existing townhomes along the north property line to the proposed alleyways. Staff has received 3 letters regarding this development, as well as expressing concern for the rear alleyways. This was based upon when we published this last Friday. I believe we've received a couple other letters that I've tried to distribute to you. Further, with the Design Review Board on December 5th, their comments, recommendations were to recommend regarding the screening of the detention pond with vegetation. At that point in time, the detention pond was going to be above ground, but from what I understand from the preliminary hydrology report and confirming with the applicant's attorney today, it will be underground. Consider the architecture on all sides of the home. I will speak to this. That's already required per the code is 360 architecture. Consider the lighting choices they will use to explore landscaping and fencing along the alleyways. 4 citizens spoke during the meeting with the following comments. Commented on a preference for front entry homes, voiced support if a 4-board fence was added along Bethany Bend, requested greenery facing the street, expressed a dislike for rear entry homes and suggested shifting the alleyways forward, adding landscaping, adding a fence, and moving the detention pond. In regards to public participation plan that was required by the applicant, part of that is to hold a meeting that was done on December 4th here at the community place at City Hall. There were 2 people in attendance, and they asked what type of streetlights would be installed, if fencing would be installed around the development, what the size of the proposed homes would be, where the proposed detention pond is located, and what the timeline for development would be. In regards to, now we'll just start looking into the actual request. The request is for R5A. I can say that I've never done a rezoning in 17 years of R5A, so this is a new one for me and for you all. But here are the list of development standards. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but they all meet the standard or requirement, and therefore that's why there are no variances for these standards. The city arborist stated for the land disturbance permit, the site plan will need to show how it will meet minimum canopy coverage requirement of 40%. Canopy coverage shall be met with existing trees to remain or a combination of existing trees and newly planted trees. Existing trees must take up at least 1/3 of the required canopy coverage. In subdivision developments, tree canopy coverage requirements shall apply to both the entire development and to each lot. A report from a certified arborist must be submitted with the LDP showing the condition of each specimen tree for recompense requirements to be waived. The development engineer comments was staff notes that the 20-foot landscape strip and fencing are required all around the detention pond. That may be a moot point now since it's underground. And then again, it has to do with if it was above ground. The fire marshal stated at the LDP permit, state type of curbing used, 24-foot back of curb is acceptable with rollback curbing only. Fire flow test required and to be placed on the plan set. Flow test results must support home size in accordance with Appendix B of the IFC. In regards to transportation, from the Public Works Department, if the proposed private street is intended to be gated, the gate shall be no closer than 55 feet from Bethany Bend right-of-way line and adequate public safety access and room for passenger vehicles to turn around. Area shown on Lot 1 is proposed right-of-way for construction of right turn lane on Bethany Bend shall be donated to the city and graded to provide clear line of sight for new intersection. Peak hour trips is less than 100, therefore no further improvements are required. And again, the Transportation Department requested a traffic memo to be done. That was completed, and it showed that the average daily trips was less than 100, or peak. It wasn't average. It wasn't for the whole day. It was for peak. You can just check that. Yeah.
Correct.
In regards to environmental site analysis, the report is sufficient and satisfies the requirement of section 64-2126. A field survey of the site was conducted by staff to verify areas addressed in the ESA. The proposed site does not contain wetlands, floodplains, streams, steep slopes, historical sites, or sensitive plant and animal species. In regards to staff notes that although the site plan does not indicate sidewalks along Bethany Bend, the applicant will be required to provide a sidewalk along Bethany Bend connecting to existing infrastructure on adjacent parcels as required and at the location approved by the City of Milton Public Works. And as we go into the standards of review, these are 7 questions that are asked of the applicant as well as of staff to answer regarding this proposal. It is staff's opinion that the proposed use is suitable with adjacent and nearby developments and zonings if approved with staff's recommended conditions. It is staff's opinion that the impact of the rear alley access may be ameliorated by landscaping or fencing per the DRB recommendations between the alley and the neighboring properties. The subject site may have a reasonable use currently zoned AG1 for single-family residential. Staff does not anticipate a significant impact on public services or utilities. This area is currently zoned for Cambridge High, Hopewell Middle, and Cogburn Woods Elementary, and all schools are currently under building capacity, and the project will increase the number of students at each school, but all schools will remain below capacity. And then we have the actual numbers. The proposed development may have some impact on existing streets, transportation facilities, and schools. In regards to the future land use 2040 plan, as I previously stated, it's high-density residential at 5 units or more per acre, and the proposal is at 4.15 units per acre, and therefore consistent with the plan map. The proposed development is in conformity with the 2040 comprehensive plan policies or objectives, accommodate our diverse population by encouraging a compatible mixture of housing types, densities, and costs within the city, encourage development of housing opportunities that enable residents to have easier access to commercial services and employment, encourage housing policies, choices, and patterns that increase opportunities for people to move into affordable owner-occupied housing. And lastly, support appropriate residential and non-residential infill development and redevelopment in ways that complement surrounding areas. It is staff's opinion that these changed conditions affect the use and development of the property, which supports the recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. There's a gas station proposed across Bethany Bend and Forsyth, mixed-use development under construction in Forsyth, roundabout to the south to allow traffic flow, and lastly, a new interchange at Georgia 400 at McGinnis Ferry. The proposed use will not be environmentally adverse to the natural resources, environment, and citizens of the city due to the required development regulations as it pertains to stormwater and tree recompense and landscape requirements. The proposed 13-lot single-family subdivision, if developed with the recommended conditions, is consistent with the future land use 2040 plan suggestion of high density 2. Therefore, staff recommends approval conditional of RZ 2310 to rezone from AG1 to R5A. Was it the average or was it peak?
The peak hours was 12.
Oh, right, okay. So less. It was the peak hours, yeah.
Much less.
Yeah, much less. I couldn't remember, yeah. Okay. In regards to recommended conditions, obviously would be to rezone from AG1 to R5A to the following owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property to single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures, no more than 13 dwelling units at a maximum density of 4.15 units per acre, whichever is less, based on the total acreage zoned. And approved lot unit totals are not guaranteed. The developer is responsible through site engineering at the time of LDP to demonstrate that all lots within the approved development meet or exceed the development standards of the city of Milton. The total lot unit yield of the subject site shall be determined by this final engineering. And then to the owner's agreement to abide by the following, basically to the site plan submitted on October 20th. And then all areas which are not part of an individual lot and held in common shall be maintained by a mandatory homeowners association whose proposed documents of incorporation shall be submitted to the Director of Community Development for review and approval prior to the recording of the first final plat. And then to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations, minimum heated floor area to be 2,000 square feet. All lots on the site plan submitted on October 20th, 2023 shall be rear-loaded alley access lots. And then to the owner's agreement to abide by the following, to dedicate at no cost to the city of Milton prior to approval of a certificate of occupancy. The area shown on lot 1 is proposed right-of-way for construction of right turn lane on Bethany Bend. Shall be donated to the city and graded. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Robin, one question with regard to the detention pond, which you mentioned is underground.
Correct.
I'm not familiar with that kind of a construction. Can you give us a quick overview on that?
So basically, even here at City Hall, we have an underground detention where they basically dig a big hole and then they put large pipes underneath for catching the detention. And then that's all. Jerry can answer more detail, but that's how it is. And then they would cover it. And it looks like on their site plan, it would be more like grass and open space.
So this would be more like green space in this case.
Correct. So instead of having open water or open area, it would just be flat and be an open space.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Echo up off of Crabapple has large diameter pipes. That development that's under construction around the city of Milton, that is all underground. And it's a green space. There's an easement. Usually it's got stone on the bottom, anywhere from 2 to 3 feet of stone, then those things. And so it's all underground. I mean, I think there's a picture of one of our inspectors standing in one of those 10.
And then above it, it's you can plant grass, shrubs, or just basically grass.
Grass, yes,
It's
you
an
wouldn't
open
want to
field.
How large would the area be, the surface area now?
I think we show it on the plan itself.
4,000 square feet, yeah.
1,000 square feet. Cool. Question that you had in your report, some input from the design review board. As well as considering, did the design review board discuss the possibility of having lots 1 through 6 be front entry? And so was it discussed or not? And what was their comments?
I believe in the end, they were just wanting to recommend additional screening and fencing along the 1 through 6, not to be front-loaded.
And then did they have?
They actually did discuss front entry, but it was determined that by the time they put 2 garage doors and a front door, that would be the whole front.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. But in the
It
end.
kind of
they're-
went through that
So it was
exercise.
considered.
Yeah.
And architecturally. And then the other thing too is in looking at this and also in I'm glad to see there's sidewalks and, you know, extending onto the main street. But I know in our subdivision, it's nice because we have a lot of people that walk those sidewalks, but it's nice because we have shade trees along the way. You know, they're not big, but I don't see any like plans for
They will be
treescape.
required to have for
landscape.
landscape.
Because they have to backfill some of their tree removal. Like when they remove the trees for the underground detention, they have to recompense some of that.
If they're, yes, they will, yeah. It's as what the arborist stated, they'll have to replace at least to a third. But as far as, there will be a streetscape, there will be street trees, but the street trees will be on private property and not in the right of way.
Well, that's what, does the applicant want to present? Do they ever present?
When you're done asking questions, then they can come up.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're done with me, then they're more than welcome to.
Oh, at least for phase 1, I think.
Robin, so one of the recommendations one of the considerations was from the DRB was more screening. Is that one? I didn't see that as one of your criteria. Your recommendation.
Yeah, I might have, yes, I did not have that, but that was a recommendation that they had.
So
You could add that if you wanted to as a recommendation, yes.
On that, what Judy was asking about the tree. You talk about each specimen tree for recompense requirements paved.
Let's see, what is,
Oh. Guess I don't understand what that specimen tree.
okay, so a report from a certified arborist must be submitted with the LDP showing the condition of each specimen tree for recompense requirements to be waived. So for instance, if there was a specimen tree that was too far in decline or it was dead, then they would have to get a report from a certified arborist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the way I was understanding it was,
So then they wouldn't have.
waived.
Yeah, no, it's a different kind of waiver that you all heard, but basically saying that, let's say if you had a 50-inch diameter oak and it was all dead, we wouldn't make them recompense for a dead tree.
Okay.
But they would need to have an independent arborist report, show it to Sandra, our arborist. Yes. Yep.
All right, any questions right now, still? All right, well, I mean, we'll have the opportunity after the applicant, after public hearing. I'm trying to get the public hearing. People have been sitting out there all night. So.
Okay. Okay.
Would the applicant like to present?
What, our presentation? For the record, my name is Ethan Underwood. I'm an attorney with a firm of Miles Hansford. Our address is 178 South Main Street, Suite 310, Alpharetta. See if this will open. There we go. Well, as usual, Robin does a fantastic job of presenting staff analysis and the issues that we want to go ahead and address. So we can dive straight into that. Let's see. As shown in our site plan, the property is being proposed as all detached single-family homes. Your comprehensive plan calls for actually 5 units to the acre being the floor, and actually supposed to be much denser. But as you all know, some of you have been through these zoning hearings and know the history of this property better than I do. But just trying to make this work with the existing properties and also with the vision of Milton, then what we were advised and what our clients have gone through several iterations was to come back with a detached product, and it capped it at 13 units total. We think this will be a very attractive product. Frankly, it will be a very, I guess, a price raiser in the area. We're expecting starting sale prices to be in the high 800s. I know there are detached homes on the other side in Forsyth County and Deerfield Township that are selling in the 9s now. So we expect these will start in the 8s. They'll probably actually end up being in the mid 9s or higher. Minimum 2,000 square foot homes. Now, I guess after sitting through all the hearings, I kind of know what your hot buttons are, or at least what we expect them to be. So let's go ahead and talk about the detention. You can see on the southwest portion of the property, there's the detention area. Our clients have gone back and forth since Design Review Board, when it was originally proposed to be an above ground pond. They've now come back and said, let's do a underground pond. I think one from a safety and aesthetic standpoint that addresses some of the neighbors' concerns. Now the water currently flows down a draw that runs to the southwest. It hits Camp Creek a little bit further off the property, but that's where the water will continue to drain to, and it actually will drain in a much slower prospect. I know you all are familiar with the detention pond. It has to do 3 things. 1, it's got to infiltrate a certain amount back into the groundwater. 2, it's got to clean it and let the water stand and let the pollutants settle out. And then 3, it has to discharge the rate at a rate that's no faster than the pre-development state. So that way you're not flooding downstream properties. As Robin showed, this is a view from Bethany Bend Road. So as far as the traffic goes, we'll jump into that. This is the architecture that's being proposed. Again, Milton-esque modern farmhouse style. We have met with several of the neighbors, and they've been kind enough to express their concern with the rear entry design. And we understand that just because if you had front entry, you'd obviously have garage doors that you could see from Bethany Bend. But with the alleyway, now we've got cars that are driving closer to those external boundary lines than you otherwise would. And it's really, we got to pick which one we want. From a view shed standpoint, we think it's a better design, more in keeping with Milton standards, to not have those front entry garages where people are sometimes parking in their garages and sometimes parking in their driveways. And 2, if they are parking in those driveways, sometimes they're hanging out and blocking the internal sidewalks. So we think from a design standpoint, it's better to put those parking areas and driveways in the back of the units, and it also provides a better aesthetic design from what folks will be seeing driving by. Now, speaking of driving by, it was discussed a trip generation report was submitted. With only 13 houses, the traffic engineer who was hired on this site estimates there would be approximately 12 peak vehicle trips leaving in the morning, 15 coming in the evening. But what's important is they're estimating that 25% of those trips, if you get up in the morning, you're leaving your home and you're going out the neighborhood, 25 are going to be coming actually to the left toward Highway 9. 75% are going to be making a right and heading toward Highway 400. So most of your traffic is actually going further south toward Atlanta. As far as site distance requirements, the profiles, my understanding is you have to have a minimum of 440 feet of site distance. Otherwise, you might have to adjust the topography of the road and make or clearing so that you can see. But this does meet that. It shows a minimum of 445 feet. So it already, in its present state, meets the site distance requirements for a road having a 40 mile per hour speed limit. Robin did a very thorough job. I don't need to go through this as much in this detail, but the point of it is we think this is actually in keeping and considerably lower than the densities that are in the area. We think these will, as stated, have a higher price point, newer architecture. We'll think this will lift property values in the area. So with that, the biggest issue that we heard from DRB and from the neighbors is saying, well, what about the adjoining properties? You can see in this sketch, there is an existing tree canopy that's running along the western side that is mostly over the boundary line. Some of that does extend over into this subject property. Along the south, you can see again existing tree lines there. So the DRB went back and forth saying, was it better to try to put more vegetation there, or is it better to put a fence along the boundary line? Our client's open to whichever you deem is the most effective for the neighbors. My recollection of the DRB meeting was that they said, there's so many trees there, they're probably not going to see a fence. So they were deferring more to vegetation as much as we can fit on those sides. Let's see. With that, the one thing that we would request, our client is quite comfortable with the staff recommended conditions, except the reference to the density. Well, our client already knows they're going to have to go back and resurvey the property for closing. And I've just been in this situation where you end up with one survey says something and then you lose 1/10 of an acre and then all of a sudden the density numbers don't work. So what we would request is just rather than referencing a density in the zoning conditions, state that it will be no more than 13 units, period. And we'd hope you'd be willing to consider that change to the staff recommendations. With that, we are happy to answer your questions and we'll reserve the remainder of our time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment on this?
Just for the record, going through these public hearings, we'll combine, first do the pro and then call for those opposed. Set 10 minutes each.
Okay.
And including the applicant's time, so.
All right. Any public comment in favor of?
Yes. In favor of, no.
Nope. Okay. Public comment in opposition of?
Yes, we have a couple. First, we have Milos Kaskavase at 3476 Flamingo Lane.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Milos Kvasai. I live in 3476 Flamingo Lane, City of Milton, Georgia, 30004. I understand that Arcan Homes wants to rezone the property from AG to R5A. And I live in the Hidden Forest subdivision, which is adjacent to this proposed development. The proposed site plan shows a proposed alley adjacent to the rear of the property, which is adjacent to our subdivision, and also adjacent to subdivision Spring Valley, which is to the east. This proposed alley will serve 6 homes on the east side and 7 homes on, 7 homes on the east side and 6 homes on the west side. And this alley, in the parentheses, I would say, serving 7 and 6 lots will create the traffic and the noise. So I would say it's a roadway. This roadway, City of Milton in their ordinance states, if there is a roadway, you need to stay from any property line at least minimum 50 feet. This proposed alley doesn't meet this requirement. Also, another notice is that City of Milton trying to preserve trees, which it's greatly appreciated. But these proposed alleys will actually reduce options to plant more trees, to create screening adjacent to the subdivision, Hidden Forest subdivision to Spring Valley as well. If we are consider also impervious area, this alley is gonna create more impervious area. And if my suggestion is the front entry would be perfect option to meet several requirements and also satisfactions of the neighbors and also future owners of these homes. I believe based on the renderings, I think that there is enough area to put front garage entry and also front entry for the home. And if we see any adjacent properties, any subdivisions, there is probably 500 plus homes accessing basically the front home. And another thought is that we can basically create a privacy backyard for adjacent properties, for future owners, and it would seems more comfortable for the owners and adjacent property owners if they have an area to relax, to maybe perhaps have a barbecue with friends. But this option with the alley would totally just destroy that meaning. And also, I think it's more pleasant when people come home and basically sit on their either backyard or sit in the living room and see trees, grass, instead of concrete in the rear, concrete in the front. It seems like we live in an apartment. I don't think that's the idea. So if we can, as I said, if we can remove those alleys, have front entry homes, I think all sides will be happy, and we can put more screening with the trees between these properties, and both sides will be happy. So if these conditions are satisfied, I'm happy to see that, and I will support this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have MC Gaharamani from 3532 Springview Court.
Commissioners, this evening was kind of late. It's good night, actually, Commissioners. Thanks so much for having us. And I reside at my name is MC Gaharamani, and I reside at 3532 Springview Court in Milton, Georgia. And I've been there for 22 years. Also, I'm an engineer as well. This development, we don't oppose it. It meets the density requirements. But our biggest opposition is with proposed alley in the rear. And it's just, if I can point out with this mouse here, these units 1 through 6, this alley is going to be only 7 feet away from property line, and there are existing trees there. And there's actually 7 specimen trees that this alley is going to destroy all of them. I got a few copies, if you don't mind. I'm going to share it with you all if I can. May I? Copy of the site plan.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second, Paul.
I'll just highlight these. You have to see.
Do we have that?
That's the only one?
No, I got a few. I'll just keep one here for myself, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We can. Thank you.
And you on double duty.
Yeah.
We can look at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize, I didn't count right, so I just copied those. As you notice on this site plan, the alleys are taking their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 specimen trees. They're going to destroy all of them, basically. They're going to kill them, basically. And being only 7 feet away from property line on lots 1 through 6, the same thing with Flamingo Way, there's not going to be any privacy or anything for these residents. So when you open your sliding glass door in your kitchen area, you're going to see the cars coming, garage and everything. And there's a 24-foot street. I'm not sure why they chose to put they could have done the same thing in the front, even though there's a 28 feet width on these homes. They could have put, in my suggestion, they could have put a couple of garages on the side of the house in case, because they have 14 feet of entry as well on the side. They could access. But I talked to everybody in our subdivision. Everybody's opposing these alleys because there's no privacy. And there's another option because they can access from the front or the side. And overall, we don't mind having these 13 homes, but there has to be some compromise. We completely oppose this. We appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, here we go. Just a reminder, as things stand, we have 10 minutes for each side. They're down to about 2 minutes. I don't know how many are left to speak. And does anyone have one of those that I could
You can
grab
have-
one back?
We actually have it on our large, yeah. We have the big plat.
All right.
The following public comment, the 4 that are remaining have asked to just be read into the record.
There's 4, are those all read into the record, or is there any more public speaking?
Sorry, what was that?
Are there any more speakers?
No.
How fast can you read? No, we got 2 minutes. Should we-
No.
Basically.
We're good? Okay.
Go ahead, Emily.
Go ahead, Will.
If these two
Yeah.
say the same thing.
Go right
Hi,
ahead.
guys.
You can read those.
So Rosalba Diaz and Felipe Aurelio at 3520 Springview Court say we are opposed to the proposed alley adjacent to our rear property line. This would harm our quality of life and peace of our backyard. We suggest a more traditional layout where individual property have access from the proposed street and their backyards be adjacent to ours. Ali Ruley at 3530 Springview Court says this road is suggested to be right behind our building, so it is going to be very noisy and inconvenient for us. We would like to suggest, just as our own subdivision, have only one entrance from Bethany Bend. God bless. And then these two, okay. Ruth Matino at 3522 Springview Court says, I understand that Arcan Homes requested to rezone. The site plan shows a proposed alley adjacent to our rear property line. I am opposed to this layout. It will negatively affect our backyard in the rear. I suggest that the individual property have access from the proposed street and have its own private yard. This traditional design allows for a better quality of life. And Linda Edwards at 3581 Springview Court says the proposed site plan shows a proposed alley behind our backyard and property line. I'm opposed to this layout. It will affect our peace. We suggest a more traditional design that allows a better quality of life for the subject and adjacent property. And that's all.
All right. Thank you. And I guess now, is there any rebuttal or any closing comments?
There are about 4 minutes, as I recall.
All right, we'll keep it down below that. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, again, thank you. Regarding the alleyways, we understand the concerns, but the suggestion that there be garages on the side, there will actually be side courtyards. So be designed as an outdoor room for folks. That's where the living space, the outdoor living space for each of these residents will be located. So putting garages between the homes would frankly make them all attached townhomes. There's not enough room to do that. And the plan is, and the question came up, said, well, if you've got a garage or a driveway in the back and you've got a front porch on the front side, where is the living space? And that's what these external courtyards on the sides are planned. Now, the comment that there's a 50-foot setback from roadways. That is correct, but alleyways are not deemed the same under your code as a roadway. So yes, you do have front setbacks from public rights of way, but alleyways are intended to be running between units and closer to boundary lines. Let's see here. As far as the access onto Bethany Bend, that there is only one that's proposed there. Something I did not address, but I wanted to go ahead just in case you all are wondering it. We knew there were some people who had concern. Were saying, is this density and this type of development going to expand the sewer system? Which we know has been a very big hot button in Milton. The answer is no. There is a manhole on the site. There is no need to extend any sewer easements. And there is no upstream properties that would be tying on to this site running down the road. So we're simply asking that you recommend approval in accordance with your comprehensive plan, in accordance with your staff recommendation to say, this is the last piece in the puzzle that's left out there. And we're trying to bring that on at a much lower density than even your comprehensive plan calls for. We understand the neighbors' concerns, particularly with cars coming closer to the boundary lines. We're certainly open to suggestions. We think landscaping is probably the better option, but again, we're happy to address that or entertain suggestions for that. But I don't know, frankly, what to do besides fencing or landscaping, because you have, just with the performance standards, you have to have a minimum driveway width, you got to have a minimum alley width, and in order to fit all of that in with the roads, it is tight. We understand that, but it does comply. There's no variances requested, and we'd respectfully request you recommend approval. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing comments from the opposition? What's up?
They don't usually get to rebut.
You don't get to, yeah. They
Well,
don't get a chance for that.
according to the steps.
The rules
The
do,
outline steps. They
the
do.
rules allow for it.
So, okay. Well, then at this point, we'll close public comment. And just any questions you guys have for staff or for the applicant or thoughts?
I have some for the applicant.
As do I.
Do I?
First, you speak about the alley. I don't, unless I missed it. What is the width of the alley?
I believe it's a 20-foot, it's 15-foot wide alley. I'm sorry.
We have that.
What?
That
Where we
15
permit,
feet, is that okay for an
Yes.
alleyway? Do we
Yeah.
define alleyway?
I mean, that's what our typical alleys are. In fact, they could probably be a little bit smaller, but, well, they can go down to 12. So it's a little bit bigger than what actually is required, because it's just
What
one
is-
way.
Okay, 15 feet. What about the material that's used in the alley? I come from a alley home, born and raised.
Mhm.
What type of material are you using in the alleyway?
I believe it's proposed as, let me introduce my client. He can get into
Okay.
the details of that.
Hi, this is Isan Hashim. I'm with Arkan Homes. I live on 6000 Summit Place in Alpharetta. We haven't yet determined the alleyway material, but it could be concrete or it could be pavement. But we haven't yet made a decision on the material.
Concrete or
Or paving, asphalt.
asphalt?
Yes.
You had expressed a concern about one of the recommended conditions. I wanted to get your reaction if additional conditions were added regarding screening vegetation behind lots 1 through 6, and that condition be placed that the detention area be underground. I think it's been mentioned, and are you okay if we have conditions to that effect?
Screening, we're okay with that. But regarding underground detention, this is all still preliminary. We're doing 13 lots. We're planning to do 13 lots, and in order for us to fit 13 lots, we need to go with underground detention. But if for whatever reason, through the process of getting an LDP, we had to go down to 12 or 11 because of engineering technicalities, then it won't make sense for us to go with underground detention. We'll need to do an above ground detention at that point. But if we're sticking with this site plan and we're sticking with 13 units for this development, we're okay with underground detention. And we can't, from an engineering standpoint, we can't actually go through it without an underground detention. The engineer won't be able to design it.
All right.
Back to the alleyway, 15 feet wide. So first of all, cars passing, impossible. So it's got to be a single lane. In other words, if you're coming from the highway, the alley, you're going to have if 5 people come home and 2 people are leaving, got a problem.
So this is not connected to Bethany Bend. This is only connected to the interior street. It's not connected to the main road that's outside the development. The alleyway.
I understand.
Yeah.
But if I leave my house,
Right.
she does, we both leave, and the other's coming out of one, head down, not going to be able to pass each
Yeah,
other.
having driveways in there is going to be helpful for cars to park in and park out, and having it as a short distance. We're doing a similar development actually on Crabapple Road. It was mentioned earlier, Echo, and the alleyway actually is 12 feet there, and I think the number of units is more than just 6 or 7, but having the driveways coming in and out from each home will allow cars to park into the driveway as other cars are passing. And it's a short distance, so I would gather that as they're exiting their home, they will see if there's a car coming or exiting, coming into the home or exiting the alleyway.
How deep are the driveways?
Currently, they're 19 or 20 feet, something like that. 19 feet or 20 feet.
So it's one car in the driveway.
They're also 19 feet wide, so it's double car driveway. So 2 cars can park on the driveway at the same time.
I just had a question in terms of the design. Can you elaborate a little bit more as to how you all came up with this concept of having the alleyway versus traditional
Right.
where you have a garage in the front?
So the city of Milton really encourages rear alley entry, rear garages. And as I mentioned, we're doing a similar development on Crabapple Road. We really like it. You're able to do big porches, which is really what Milton asks for in general. So having the garages at the front will really eliminate the porch space that we'll have at the front of the home. And the curb appeal in general, the aesthetics of it is much nicer without having cars parked at the front. They park in the rear. And I understand the concern with having the cars driving very close to the property line. As Ethan mentioned, we're open to screening vegetation or fencing.
Do the units have any garages?
Yeah, each unit has 2 car garages.
Plus 2 outside?
Yeah, so actually we count four parking spots for each unit, and we have 2 additional units at the main kiosk, so we have 54 total parking spots.
Is it possible to design, like what would happen if you did design them to where they had front entry, where the driveways are out front? Would that reduce your density?
Not really, but honestly, we would be left with the cheaper looking product. So we don't have this nice aesthetic with front porches and all those features at the front, because we're forced. The lots are somewhat narrow, so when you have 2 car garages, it takes away almost 80% of the facade of the elevation, of the front elevation. And that's why it's not appealing.
Got it.
Do you own the property currently?
No, not yet.
Okay. And this is on the sewer map, correct? So this
It
would not be
is.
extension of sewer
Well, I mean,
by
it's,
anybody's by most people's definition.
it's within the area that's allowed for extension of sewer, that if there's not sewer there now, like and then you can extend it, just like we showed on the map. It's the sewer map that's been approved by the council.
Okay.
But there is a sewer tap on the property right now, so we're not going to be like purchasing any easements or anything for that.
I don't know about that, but I mean, basically you would have to create more sewer taps to serve all the 13 homes, yes. So, yeah.
But I think, Kurt, they clarified it's within the urban growth boundary.
Okay. What do you estimate the cost of these homes going in at?
So we're probably gonna start in the 1800s. Knowing how those projects go, to probably go up to 900s by the time we're done with development.
Okay. I think I read somewhere where you're looking at maybe starting in 36 months or be done in 36 months. I don't.
That's the plan, yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Yes, how long has this been zoned AG1?
Forever.
Okay.
Yeah. Since the beginning of time.
Because, I mean, I'm a little concerned when, Mr. Underwood's letter says the current zoning of the subject property is unconstitutional and deprives subject property and all viable economic use thereof. I mean, could you explain that? How is that unconstitutional?
Regrettably, we have to, we have to put those letters in to reserve our rights. But two, the standard of zoning is not, if let's say city council denies a zoning application, the standard is not, if a judge were to look at it, it's not going to say, city council, you should have zoned it. The standard is, what did you leave me with? And so rather than looking at the R5A, a judge would have to say, okay, what's the viable use of an AG zoning? So unfortunately, it always comes across as a lot harder than we like it to. We've got to put that in the letters just because that's what the law says. But we're very hopeful that we can get this approved.
Okay, yeah.
And just for clarification, Robin, this was not only in the future land use plan for 2040, it was in the previous 2030 plan as well?
That's correct.
Correct, yes.
It's been put as high-density residential on both iterations of that map.
Has there been other previous applications to rezone this?
So it was part of the 2018 rezoning that had the property to the south, and Bayesian Properties had their property that they've owned for, yeah.
We can pull
I'll show you. So as you can see here, I know it's hard to talk with this and then have it
Here, I can
heard.
point.
Yeah, you can point. So the subject site is right there. And then the yellow to the south, the yellow is the property that was also included with the proposal for townhomes that I referred to that was denied, and much in part because they had to request a buffer reduction, because when you do townhomes, you have to provide a buffer adjacent to single-family uses. And even though the subdivision behind it is zone TR, the adjacent properties are actually detached single-family. So the Vice property, these 3 lots were part of that rezoning, but it was denied by the council. And then was a proposed density of 6.38 acres. So it was a third more dense than what this request is. And so that's what happened. Does that make sense? Yeah.
One question, Robin. The applicant had said for condition 1B that they would like to strike the maximum density of units per acre. Any comments or concerns?
So I spoke to Mr. Fricke prior to the meeting about this, and we don't have any issue with that technically. You know, if you want to keep it at 13 units. Usually that density is more used for commercial uses. Like if you had 10 acres of a commercial property and you sell off 2 and then, oops, well, how many square feet do I get when I sold off the 2 acres? Then, you know, if it was 10,000 square feet, then it would be 2,000 given to the other person. So it's just traditional that we've done this density unit per acre, but according to Mr. Fricke, there's not a harm in not including that part of it.
Yeah, based on the way the staff uses that number, it doesn't appear to be implicated as the maximum number of units would stay the same.
Okay, any other questions or comments? You know, and I'll just kind of, I mean, initially when I saw this, my concern was, again, we're trying hard to make, Milton placemaker, right? That you know you're in Milton when you're here. And my concern was this was going to be like everything else of the high density, which now I'm finding out it's really not. You know, this would be more Milton-esque than just about any other town, because every other thing is surrounded by townhomes, correct? Other areas. So this would be pretty highly identifiable as being Milton. No, not just another set of townhomes. I don't know what that means, but I said it.
I think I'm with Fred on the alley. You have a dead end on both ends of the neighborhood. So lot 13 and lot 1, I mean, on a bad day, you're not getting out of your driveway until people move.
So I will speak to that. We have the majority of the neighborhoods in this area are rear loaded, and
They
some
are,
of them
yeah.
have short, they may only have 6 or 7 or 8 lots, but there hasn't been any issues because you do have a driveway that's deep enough, it's 20 feet, that you can, go backwards in or frontwards in and maneuver yourself out and then wait for your turn to go out. It's not a concern. We have so many developments here, especially in Crabapple, and there's never been an issue that I'm aware of. And obviously, when somebody goes to purchase a property, they know, hey, it's a rear alley. It's not something that we're hiding. So if they don't prefer a rear alley, they don't need to, pursue that type of development. So.
And at 15 foot wide, and they can borrow 3 feet from the driveway because a car is about 15 feet in the driveway, so usually 20. They should have plenty of room to pull over.
Yeah.
For the width of the car.
Have we looked at any other surfaces other than asphalt and concrete for those? Because I know we had something that came up before about, the water ability to soak through some of those, or having 2 strips for the tires. Is there any?
Right. So I think that it's a hard issue, and if Jerry was still here, I think he would agree with this statement that when you have pervious pavers or pervious concrete, it's hard to maintain. It may be working in the beginning, but then after a while, it's not maintained and whatever. That is a good point, though. Maybe they would be open to doing like the treads and then having grass in between or something like that.
I'd like them to explore options like that because it doesn't look quite as industrial.
Right. So that might be an option if the developer's open to that. So.
Okay. Questions or comments? Anybody else? All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion if someone shall be so brave.
I'd like to recommend approval of RZ 2310 with the conditions proposed by staff, striking the language in 1B after 13 total dwelling units to the end of that sentence, and adding a condition 5A to the owner's agreement to abide by the following requirements, dedications, and improvements, screening vegetation behind the alley, behind lots 1 through 6.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of recommending approval of that
Just
with
check,
the
see if there's
five-
any discussion, just
What's
for
that?
the formality of checking if there's any discussion of the motion.
Mhm. The only other point would be, do you want to make that for both alleyways?
It seemed that the only concern was one, because it sounds like there's going to be a private school on the other lot.
Which I would think actually would probably be maybe a good idea to even have some vegetation there.
Well, they probably will have setback requirements because they're not.
Not
I
residential.
don't know for sure.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the
So
discussion.
the property to the south,
Correct,
which is currently zoned TR
correct,
and maybe rezoned to OI,
correct,
if they go OI, they have to put in the buffer, right?
correct.
Yeah. Or if they go TR, they have to, the buffer's on them because they're more dense than single family.
No, yeah, I get it. But I mean, again, you don't know for sure if all that's going to go through or not. So what we have is what we have now.
But what
So
we have is TR.
Right,
so
at
they'd have to
19
do
plus
buffers.
units per acre.
Yeah. Anyway, that would be my suggestion, to include that recommendation for both alleyways. You never know what's going to happen next door. So at least for now.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is a strip, it's the, a little defunct fire access. It's between this property and the TR high density. So it doesn't even abut it, to be honest. If you look, she's gonna pull it up.
Oh, so it's kind of already got a buffer?
I don't know what's on there, but
It's on your location map. I can't get the computer. There we go.
So
Hope this is. There's this strip right here.
There's already a
See
buffer.
that little extra parcel?
So that is the fire access for the subdivision to the rear,
But there's a picture of it.
to whatever it's called. I always forget.
This picture
Okay.
is partially that, this fire access.
so then what happens if that parcel gets sold or
It
changed?
can't.
They can't change it all?
It can't. It's part of the fire access for the subdivision behind. So it's part of, let me see which subdivision.
So who owns that parcel?
The HOA owns it.
Okay.
It is.
This one right here, right? Robin?
Hidden forest. So even though it looks like a appendage, it's part of the HOA, and it'll always be there because it's part of the requirement for the fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to the motion
And the second.
and second,
And based on her clarification that that's a access road owned by an HOA, I don't think it needs a buffer back there.
Yeah.
Agreed.
okay. So we're good, we've got the motion, we've got the second.
Yeah, and this was just discussion, and then you can
Right.
open it up for the vote.
So, okay, so based upon the recommendation with the four or the five recommendations,
Conditions.
recommended conditions, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. All right.
Okay, and that's it. And then-
We're not done yet, are we?
No, we're not.
We still get to do the UDC.
That's right. The whole 18 chapters?
Absolutely.
13, only 13.
Oh, my goodness. Emily, what'd you order for dinner?
And the bylaws.
Nuckies, we always get nuckies.
All
I
right,
warned
so,
everybody to eat dinner before they come.
Eat dinner at 4 o'clock.
so the next item is item 5, consideration of text amendments to the City of Milton zoning ordinance, RZ 23-07.
Correct.
All right, it's all yours, Emily.
So tonight we're going to be talking about the text amendment for adoption of the Unified Development Code that will update and replace the current zoning ordinance as follows. In ordinance to amend the text of the zoning ordinance, chapter 64 of the code of the City of Milton, Georgia, to amend the text of other specific development, design, and other sections of the code of the City of Milton, to consolidate said other specific sections as well as the zoning ordinance so as to create a consolidated ordinance to be known as the Unified Development Code, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting ordinances, and for other purposes. You guys are intimately familiar with the Unified Development Code. So I'm just going to run through a quick summary of what's in the memo, and then we're going to be approving the text amendment.
Right.
Okay.
You have to make a motion for approval for
To
the
recommend.
UDC. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So basically this
Missed it. It's
this proposed text amendment, RZ 2307, is for the creation of a unified development code, like I said, which updates and replaces the current zoning code. Basically, the purpose of the creation of this is to create consistency with public policy, to go over procedures, permits, and definitions, as well as to become a single place for documents with cross-references, clickable links, all that other great stuff that y'all recommended. Basically, we want to make this more accessible and understandable to the general public. As y'all know, also, this project has been underway with the City of Milton staff and its consultant TSW since 2017. The City of Milton, or the Milton City Council, approved the strategy of a unified development code back in August of 2017. From there, they were able to see draft version 0, a partial draft, draft version 1, and then after draft version 1, the project was put on hold in May of 2019.
I believe that there was other priorities for, I think we're getting ready to kick off the comp plan, but other priorities at the time.
So then we restarted this project in May of 2022. The resulting document, as you know, was put on Conveo for public comment, as well as at that time the planning commissioners reviewed line by line the draft articles. And city staff also performed a technical review during that time. Draft version 6, V6, was completed in November of 2023 by the consulting partners at TSW. We brought this Unified Development Code to the Community Zoning Information Meeting on November 28th. There were 2 attendees who came to the table to just kind of check in on the project, but they made no comment. And then we brought it to the Design Review Board as a courtesy on December 5th. Again, there were no comments. Currently, version 6 is being reviewed by the city attorney prior to proceeding on to the mayor and city council in 2024, February. And there's upcoming meetings. Do you guys have any questions? I hope not, after all this.
Let me add, y'all have made the job of reviewing it much easier, just with the level of review you've given it, which may feel tedious at times as you're going through it, but it does actually. I completely appreciate the level of thought that each one of you has put into it, and each of you may have your particular areas, but it makes a final product so much better just to, even if it's missing commas or consistency. I think you've heard me say throughout, I appreciate seeing, and it makes me going through a final version that much easier, and not finding terribly many consistency issues or commas that need to be in there. So y'all have done a very good job going through that and taking the time to put your effort into it.
Thank you, but I think we all know it was quite a team effort. I mean, everybody pulled their own weight, everybody contributed well, and so, I mean, I think that's a great example of how we can work together.
And
So,
it
thank
was
you guys.
fun. I'd like to propose that we do one last final review
Right now.
from start to finish. We'll just start tonight.
Start tonight.
Order the pizza.
Section 1.1.
Should we let that die without a second?
So,
Seriously, I would like to see our head grammar expert make the motion.
Are you looking for a
Pressure.
motion?
Yeah, we need a motion there.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve RZ 23-07 as presented by staff.
Technically, that's recommend approval.
Recommending approval of RZ 23-07 as
Second.
presented.
All right, all in
Third.
favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
I want to see the
Unanimous.
hands. I don't just want to hear. Fred
All
scared
right.
me the other day. He's like, I want the printed out. I'm like, oh.
It takes like 3 hours.
Taking it home, Fred.
Right.
All right, and then,
With another collection. Comprehensive plans.
I'm gonna wait till Paul's final tweaks and then I'll print a copy for me. Or not.
all right, moving right along. Item 6, consideration of changes to the City of Milton's comprehensive plan and other plans.
There is none.
Okay, that's the bylaws, but numbers,
Old business.
No, bylaws is an old business, yeah.
Review of the bylaws.
I thought, what's number 6? Did we do that one?
We just did
There's
it.
just nothing on that.
They don't have
nothing
it. It's
on
just.
file.
Okay,
none.
5, okay. 5 we just did.
Yeah,
6 is.
6 is just on the agenda. but we
Okay.
don't have
Cuba's
it.
in India taking
Okay.
care of her mom, so.
So
she-
Correct.
old business, review the bylaws.
New business, 7.
Correct. Oh.
No, we moved that to number 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
new business
Right.
already moved.
Move that to front. So, old business, review the bylaws of the City of Milton Planning Commission.
Correct. So as you know, we have been reviewing the bylaws over the past couple meetings with really so today we're looking at a draft which was circulated to you all. The most updated draft was placed on your dais tonight and for y'all to all look at. Basically, the purpose of the proposed changes are to update and clarify the responsibilities of the City of Milton Planning Commission. This is all coming from the statement of purpose, which your bylaws say have to be submitted with them. So basically what this changes that are proposed include is creating consistent naming conventions for repeated uses like things like city, commission, chairperson, members, and to correct references to Chapter 2, Article 3, which should be Chapter 2, Article 5, to correct the meeting date and time location to reflect changes made in recent years, to switch the date that we meet and the time and the location, basically everything. To further specify the order in which the agenda items are read, and to add new items to the agendas, give you all the flexibility there, to provide a more clear and more specific procedural information to the public during the read aloud part of the bylaws that we read at every meeting. To change and clarify Section 7, the consideration of applications by the commission. That's the part that we looked at the BZA bylaws for. And then to correct just general grammar, punctuation, erroneous spelling. So you do have a full copy of it in your hands. My understanding is that if we like the version of it tonight, we have to wait until next meeting to approve it.
Yeah, per the current bylaws, which carries over, you have to have them presented, the final version presented at one meeting, and then you'll vote on it at the next meeting.
So these are presented for us to review and we can vote on next, we voted in January.
So, and just to make sure we're using the 1219 version?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the 1219
So
revision.
consider them presented?
Correct.
Okay.
They have been presented and circulated.
Awesome. Well, one more thing what's up?
Is there any correction?
I mean, I saw a couple still corrections.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, there's correction.
Even after,
I emailed them all to you.
I mean, anyway, I'll say them and you guys can decide. No, so first page, section 1. I don't know if we want to go ahead and define comp plan because then we just say comprehensive plan and other parts. But here we say Milton's comprehensive plan. So I don't know if we want to put that in parentheses and define that as comprehensive plan.
do you think?
That's, yeah.
Does it appear?
It'd take me a second if
So
I
Paul,
I see where you're talking about. Does it, where are there more references later on?
I mean, if you just go in, where it first says Milton's comprehensive plan, and then later on in that sentence, it says to that comprehensive plan.
Yeah, because if you're only worried about that one reference, since it's.
I think
in
it's, I've seen it, I'm pretty sure I saw it again somewhere
That's what I
else.
was wondering about.
Yeah.
it's used several times.
So I think that one part where it does say comprehensive plan and not City of Milton comprehensive plan is in the portion that gets read aloud. I don't
Well,
know
it's-
if that's,
It's section, it's at the end of that sentence, it's in the next
Okay.
section 2.
I mean, and also, I mean, it just says Milton's comprehensive plan too, so that's another thing too. I don't know if we wanted to say City of Milton's comprehensive plan and then define it as the comprehensive plan and then use comprehensive plan going forward.
If you want to wait another month, we can go through it again.
We don't have a deadline for this. You know,
We need to get in a position where we do this
So,
before the meeting.
Do the best I can.
aside from that.
Full-time job too.
Aside from that, something I think I was aware of tonight that was fairly blaring was we don't really have a procedure for the preliminary plat
Actually, yeah, that's
review.
worth talking about.
Yeah,
that's why
so,
they could,
I mean,
right,
it was
we
kind,
had, we had the procedure outlined for almost everything else. Because we don't have one for preliminary plats, that's what I was following. Where it has the opposition comes back, it's 14 points.
Yeah.
On here, I think those are the ones we've actually removed from here.
That's something to consider, that the opposition rebuttal is not terribly common.
But
But it's
nothing-
allowed for preliminary plats.
But yeah, preliminary plats, there's no particular.
Right.
so I think like with tonight, it was like kind of a circus a little bit.
Well,
and-
but that's because it says here that they've got, right now in our
Right.
bylaws, it's what's scratched out on 5 in red. It goes through,
The preliminary
Yeah,
plat?
yeah, that's what I was saying. It does provide
Yeah,
for,
it-
now,
it
it says
does.
applications. And theoretically, it's not an application, and that there's also supposed to be a 10-minute time limit on those. The code only says there just has to be a public hearing. It doesn't really say anything about what a preliminary plat public hearing looks like. So that's actually kind of reflect, do we want to set a separate
Set of standards.
set of procedures for preliminary plats?
Or do you want to just keep, I guess you could just maybe keep it the same, but be more specific saying,
10
not
minutes.
just applications, but,
Applications and preliminary plats.
yeah, to include preliminary plat to be part of this process, because there's nothing really saying the process for, other than this general application.
So you're saying in section 7, insert consideration of applications and preliminary plats? If we want to have it a consistent process, otherwise we need a consideration of.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Is a preliminary plat not an application?
Yeah, that's what, it would appear to me it'd be an application would fall under that. That's why I was following the 1 through 14.
Don't know, but we had described them differently. Where do we? It just says consideration of preliminary plats, but then it says consideration of rezoning and use permit applications. So it,
So I think the part that was a little confusing tonight with the preliminary plat was, it does say here that the applicant can come back and have rebuttal, But it doesn't say the general commenters can come back and have a rebuttal.
Says the opposition.
Or have the
It does
opposition
say-
to have
It does.
another one.
The opposition
does.
can come
It does
back.
say in number 8 they do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's why I was calling for that.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was going, very good. They can.
Silly me.
Yeah, it's like, it's unusual, but it's in the rule.
Yeah, I think that was, I don't think it was that way in our old
Similarly.
one, but that's what the BZA, you adopted the BZA, so I apologize.
No,
for
no,
that.
what's scratched out is what's in our current ones. On page 5,
Right.
what's scratched out is what is in our current
7 and
bylaws,
8.
correct? And that very clearly says, calls for
Oh,
opposition to
okay.
petitions
I
for then
just-
rebuttal.
Okay. We just, in practice, it just seems like, I don't remember that really happening very much, that the opposition could come back and rebut. But I apologize.
No,
I
no,
have
no
to say,
problem. I
having,
mean,
having sat in the office, in the audience sometime, it's like, the applicant will get up and say something that's totally false, and I would be like, I'm not allowed to talk and say, no, that isn't true.
right.
I guess at the city council meetings, it's
There
not
isn't.
done this way. It's
Correct.
basically, my understanding at city council is, the staff makes a presentation, the applicant makes a presentation, and then, or anybody for it, for that 10 minutes, and whether it's expanded, and then all opposition can speak, and then the public hearing is closed.
Well, the applicant can rebut.
And the
then it's
applicant can rebut,
Right.
but then many times at the council, people want to talk, and it's like, no, you can't talk.
That's
It's
what we're
been
going for
closed.
going forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's what was in there. Do we need to review the new ones, the 1 through 15 that we're replacing those with?
That's what it says. What
Okay,
applicant gets a rebuttal, and then it's questions only.
okay. That certainly is cleaner,
I mean, it's up, I guess it's
No,
up
it's
to
a-
you all.
I'm good with the new ones.
So I'm curious, on page 3, on the list of items, the numbered list, there are no periods at the end of those. This may be intentional. On page 6, items 1 through 15 have periods, and I think the difference is on page 3, they're not sentences, they're items. Is that true? And on page 6, they are sentences, which needs a period?
I believe that was the convention that we were going forward with.
Okay. So it's intentional, we don't have periods on page 3. Okay.
In Article 5, meetings, under Section 4, look at, if someone else reads that, does it need a comma or something? Seems to me, after that was, last part was deleted.
Oh, there should be
colon.
a colon there.
There's a colon, as follows, colon. There's a colon, I'm saying there's a colon, as follows, and then there's a colon.
Are y'all looking at the newest
No.
version?
I say, I added that.
Paul caught that colon. So if you're looking at the revised 1219 version, which was on your dais when you got there, was that?
Yeah.
That's
I
on
have,
that
yeah,
one?
it's on that one.
It's on?
Yeah.
Okay,
On the
yeah, I was
1219
like,
version, it's on.
I was like, that sounds familiar. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I just fixed that.
But in that same section, section 4, well, again, like number 7 and number 8, if we're already defining the city of Milton as the city, then do we need to say again, the city of Milton zoning ordinance, the city of Milton comp
That's the
plan?
name of it.
Well,
Well,
now
they-
what's funny is it's not going to be considered a zoning ordinance, it's going to be a UDC.
Yes. I mean, it won't prevent us from acting, but I guess when it gets adopted,
We can update the bylaws
Yeah.
again over a period of 3 months. Yeah.
I know, or just keep, table it for 3 months.
We
and
might
then we'll-
still be,
I know.
theoretically, comments can be made offline about what we need to change. And then staff can have at the meeting the reflection of what it seems like where those comments are headed, such that that meeting that night can be the first one, and then the next meeting can be
Yeah.
the final.
Part of me wants to get get on with this idea of clarifying like what's on our agenda? How
Right.
are we gonna, what do we tell people? How do we hear that? And which is kind of the meat of the bylaws, which is the procedures, recognizing that we're going to have to say UDC rather than zoning ordinance, or say UDC or zoning ordinance, I'm not sure which. And then we can maybe do some of this other cleanup then, but at least we could get this approved, recognizing we got a little bit more cleanup to do once the UDC passes.
Can we do it that way?
You can absolutely do it. I mean, if you make it better and then make it even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, you can leave your
So I'm gonna take it,
He
carry
wants
it home, break next time.
Oh, okay.
It's weightlifting.
You're saying if we approve it as it is right now, and then the next meeting, in between,
Oh.
we make some more cleanup changes, and then the next meeting, we could actually,
Hey, Fred, can we have the
approve
site
it?
plans? We need
Yeah,
them.
if we, okay, so this meeting, we just say, we're going with
The rezoning.
whatever
What's
we,
that, right?
okay? Then at the next meeting, you vote on that, but you also have a new hard copy, which you can send new red lines if you see things. Don't
Okay.
necessarily circulate, hey, everybody, what do you think of this? Send it to staff.
Yeah.
Staff may then could combine all of the red lines from all the comments that you get, send a new version out. And then we can have that hard copy at the next meeting and vote on it the meeting after that. So we're really only one meeting behind at that point in time for an
So basically,
updated.
approve this in January, it would be in effect for February, which would be the meat of, here's the agenda, here's how we're gonna do when the opposition gets to speak.
Theoretically, you can put it at the top of your agenda and they can apply immediately.
I think there's something is there something on adopting bylaws and they're effective the next month? Oh, it doesn't. Okay, that's
I think so.
general Robert's rules.
I was gonna say,
We're good. We're good. Take it away.
Okay.
So I'm kind of I'd like to start the new year with, this is the process we're going to use.
I guess it would help with anybody who's newly appointed too, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we did the two, yeah.
Approve it in January, approve it at the beginning of the meeting in January. Move it to the
actually,
top of the
what do we
agenda.
have in January?
Currently not.
Well, we may have a preliminary plat.
Oh, boy.
But I
Okay.
guess it
We
could.
love preliminary plans.
Right.
That's really the only thing that potentially will happen. Other than, I thought we could do some training or just overview for the new members. I don't
That'd be a good idea.
know. And it's going to be the 31st.
Yes, so we had it scheduled for the 24th. We are going to have to push it to the following week due to the state of the city address, which will be taking place right here during our meeting time.
Medium what?
State of the
State of the city.
The state, it's the city.
Yeah, it's going to be that Wednesday, the 24th. So we'll have to push planning commission to the 31st following week.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we took a back seat.
Yep.
You okay with that, Sumit? We let this rest, we approve it at the beginning of the meeting on the 31st. We also then bring any other little changes we'd want, so those can be presented in February and then update in March.
For final approval in March? No.
No,
Second
final approval in
approval.
February, right?
Second.
If
Second round.
you get the comments in before the meeting in January, we can have a new set in January. Now, if we're talking about adopting procedures for preliminary plats, that might require more discussion than just some redlining,
Uh-huh.
which would probably have a discussion in January, a final version presented in February and voted on in March.
On plats.
Yeah, which I think is beneficial. So, I mean,
So
With that
assuming,
being said,
assuming
I
you
mean-
want to do them differently, which makes sense to
yeah,
me.
I mean, with that being said, I feel like then you might as well just get all the new red lines in.
What Judy said was is that what you're saying? Like,
No,
get
I'm
this
saying if
in?
he's talking about, if we're gonna add in more things for the preliminary plat, procedural and there's going to be discussion with that. It's not really just going to be just clean up red lines. There might be more substance to it. So if that's going to be the case, which I think it should, in my opinion, we should have that in here, then we just make, we just table this to the next one and have all the new red lines in before the 31st, including preliminary plat. So all those comments come to you two. You guys combine them with Paul and combine them all, make the red lines. We hear it January 31st, first time in February.
And I'm of a differing opinion that says, make these improvements effective in January and then further improve them in March. Just so we have a new, we start the new year with, this is the standard, the way the agenda is going to present, this is how we're going to handle comments, this is what it reads. But I'm
You
okay
could still have
saying,
that as the first agenda item.
yeah.
So you could have that as the first agenda item on the 31st, and then you run the meeting that way.
Yeah, but we'd have to approve them as they're written today.
I don't know. I mean, the only thing is the whole substance of the preliminary plat, adding those procedures in here, that's really gonna, I don't know if that's just like a red line.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think
Yeah, that's the
the
thing.
substance is likely, we can't take too much offline for a discussion and debate because we have an open meetings requirement. So unless there are simple changes like to say applications and preliminary plats to one section, I would imagine we can get an idea of whether that's going to be sufficient or not. If it's not going to be sufficient, then we'll need to discuss it, and we'll have to do that, and we'll push an extra month back.
I mean, by February, March, we'll have it anyway. Either way we do it, so I think it's immaterial. What is the least confusing, least amount of work, seeing that we're going that route? Would it be to do it once, do it right, do it in increments?
That's what you're weighing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be some discussion, like you said, right? It's not just gonna be simple red lines.
But that would just be another amendment to the newly approved.
If you ask me, it's probably more correct to get the date of the meeting correct, to get that in place so that we can have discussions. Although we will have two 2024 versions, and we have to make sure we're getting the March 2024 version after we go forward. But I think we can handle that, and that's the only concern that I see is just, one change is simpler when you look back and make sure you're picking the right one. But I think the way things, I think we can handle that. So I would say my recommendation would be to go ahead and get the corrections we've got. We spent some time on those, and then we'll come in with a new set of preliminary plat standards, which sounds like, but we'll take an extra month to get those, and we can pick up anything else that may come up if there's anything else.
So we'll do it in increments.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing.
Then how do we handle that agenda item now? Do we need to vote on anything? No. Okay.
You can't vote till next month.
Yeah, nothing to vote on, but it's been presented.
We're just discussing it in old business. That's it.
That was just the
But if we do want to move as expeditiously as possible about the next step, go ahead and if you have thoughts, on the current version, get them in and we can see where we stand.
Okay.
But it sounds like.
Yeah, so who's gonna take point on the preliminary plat? Or can you guys do that? Include it in your updated red line? We can give other corrections?
I mean, do you want it to be,
Any thoughts on which way you want to go with it in terms of?
want to duplicate what you do for the rezonings?
Of all applications and
Just
preliminary
say
plots?
Applications and preliminary plats, and then basically have the same thing, even though I was thinking it was different, but
Do you think that's,
that's up to you. If you guys, we can present it.
It's easiest conceptually, so you'll have 10 minutes for the applicant. You will have, 10 minutes for the presenter, the proponent, the developer, do they file I guess
They do, they have to pay a fee.
for preliminary plat approval. We can probably even still call them an applicant, preliminary plat applications. And 10 minutes for the applicant.
Has this all been for moot?
What's that?
I mean, if it's considered an application, same format, then
Sure.
You don't have to change it.
We'll present a red line and let people know, and you can provide comments if it looks like it makes sense to you, and we'll provide comment.
That'll work.
Individually send back comments.
All right. All right.
They take the lead then.
Yeah, they're gonna take the lead.
But
That's why I wanted to make sure who's taking the lead on that piece, and then any other little, I'll send you my little comments or whatever. I mean, some minor red lines.
Yeah, send
then
it
whatever else.
to my email and I'll compile everything.
Okay. One last thing before we do adjourn, I just wanted, I know Ron is rolling off, so this is his last planning commission meeting. I just wanted to thank him for all the work and due diligence and everything you've put into this. It's 6 years, 6 long years. You've had a big impact. I appreciate what you've done, and, thank you, and don't be a stranger.
yes, you're still free to come and comment.
Let's review the UDC line by line again. No, I'll never forgive you. You were wondering?
Your phone still will ring. I hope so.
Yeah.
But I call you for.
Ron.
Everyone can hear. It's been great to have colleagues such as yourselves. You've helped enormously in bringing the quality of the conversation up, and I appreciate that, everything that you folks have done to make it better. And I also appreciate what staff has done, putting up with all my questions and requests over the years. I certainly appreciate your patience with me. So, but may I do something on my last meeting? I'd like to move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Nice job, Ron.